42.63 billion naira in March. The remittances were disclosed in NNPCL's Oil and Gas Revenue Distribution Report presented to the Federation Account Allocation Committee (FAC) in April. The report shows that PSC profit oil remittances rose significantly in February and March, indicating that the Federation began receiving 100% of PSC profit oil payment after President Bola Tinubu's executive order. According to the report, the January distribution was based on the Petroleum Industry Act (PIA) formula of 30-30-40 before the policy change took effect the following month. From February 2026, PSC distribution is in compliance with Executive Order 9/2026. However, the cumulative Q1 remittance of 180.04 billion naira fell below the year-to-date budget target of 592.10 billion naira, leaving a negative variance of 412.053 billion. Although the Federation account now receives 100% of PSC profit oil proceeds, total remittances fell from 438 billion naira in first quarter 2025 to 180 billion in first quarter 2026, a decline of about 59% year on year. The report also showed that no remittance was recorded under the NNPCL calendarized interim dividend to Federation account for January, February, and March of 2026. This is despite budgeting a monthly dividend payment of 271.18 billion naira and a year-to-date target of 813.55 billion naira. Therefore, total distributions to the Federation account stood at 180.04 billion in the first quarter 2026, compared to a budgeted target of 1.40 trillion naira, representing a shortfall of 1.22 trillion for the first 3 months of the year. Okay. Nigerians will show politicians pepper. Makinde says federal might won't work in the 2027 election. Sheyi Makinde, governor for your state, says federal might will not influence the outcome of the 2027 elections. Speaking on Wednesday at the Oyo State Tourism Summit held at the University of Ibadan International Conference Center (ICC), Makinde expressed optimism that Nigerians would vote for leaders of their choice regardless of political influence. I believe that this election cycle, federal might will not work. It has worked in Ekiti in both instances, but this time around, Nigerians will show politicians pepper. They will show us that they don't want to be bystanders anymore. They will participate, and I'm sure of what I am saying. Okay. We're in alliance with APM, says Turaki-led PDP. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Kabiru Turaki, says it has formed an alliance with the Allied People's Movement, APM. Speaking with the cable on Wednesday, Ine Emelbong, spokesperson of the Turaki PDP faction, said the alliance stemmed from the all-opposition political party leaders summit held in Ibadan, or your state capital, in April. It says many more alliances are to come, but starting with this one, Emelbong mentioned. Let's move on. Baba Ahmed, PRP rejected Obi Kwankwaso demand for automatic presidential ticket. Akim Baba Ahmed, national chairman of the People's Redemption Party, PDP, PRP, says the party rejected demands by Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso for an automatic joint presidential ticket. Baba Ahmed spoke during an interview on a Hausa political program, DITV Kaduna. He said initial discussions on a possible alliance advanced to a point of setting up a joint committee before collapsing over disagreements on entry terms. According to him, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso expressed desires to join the PRP on the condition that they would automatically receive the party's presidential ticket. We told them no, this is PRP. We do not practice that kind of politics. He insisted that both politicians must first formally join the party, subject themselves to its internal democratic processes like any other aspirant. I told them, first come to the party. After joining, you can then tell me I am Obi and I want to run for president, and I am Kwankwaso and I want to be his running mate. But for you to come even before a decision is made and ask us to guarantee you the ticket without opposition, why fear competition? He said the party's leadership acknowledged the stature and followership of both men, saying if anyone entered the room and saw Obi and Kwankwaso, they would think strong contenders had arrived. However, he said the party refused to bend its constitution or democratic norms to accommodate them. Baba Ahmed said the two politicians' camps also demanded a significant share of party positions in exchange for the supporters they would bring in, a request he noted could be discussed only after they had formally joined the party. But since they didn't get that guarantee now, they jejely left. Tinubu, Nigeria will spend 11.6 billion naira on debt servicing in 2026, up from 5.2 billion naira in 2025. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria will spend 11.6 billion on debt servicing in 2026. The amount indicates a significant surge in the 5.21 billion naira spent, $21 billion spent on external debt servicing in 2025. According to data from Nigeria's central bank. Tinubu spoke at the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, Kenya on Tuesday, according to a statement by Bayo Nanuga, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy to the President. He said Tinubu said nearly half of Nigeria's projected revenue for 2026 would go into servicing debt under the current global financial system. He says every dollar spent on debt repayment is reducing investment in critical sectors of the economy. Every single dollar that leaves our treasury to pay punitive interest rates is a dollar that did not go into our steel sector, our textile mills, our agro-processed or our digital industries. It is a dollar that did not train a young Nigerian engineer or provide affordable power for our factories. Tinubu said African countries are being treated as permanent high-risk borrowers despite reforms and fiscal adjustments implemented by many governments across the continent. Our industrial base is being starved of the blood it needs. Long-term affordable finance, while creditors and rating agencies treat African sovereigns as permanent high-risk borrowers regardless of our fiscal performance. The president added that the current international financial architecture was undermining. It says, how can an African manufacturer compete with a competitor in Europe, Asia, or North America when the cost of borrowing in our nations is 5 to 10 times higher? How can we build cross-border industrial value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area when our infrastructure projects face a financing gap deepened by the very institutions meant to bridge it? The answer is plain: we cannot. The international financial architecture as currently constituted is an instrument of industrial disarmament for Africa. Also, Tinubu said Nigeria had undertaken painful home-grown decisions to stabilize the economy, including the removal of petrol subsidies, exchange rate unification, banking recapitalization, and exiting of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF grey list. These reforms were sovereign choices, not external conditions. They have delivered a declining debt to GDP ratio, now projected at 32.3% in 2026, stronger external reserves of $45.5 billion, and a return of investor confidence. Our president there. 1 minute break, 2 minute break, and we're back. Please stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment, from the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Your favorite stars
looking
and
to grow your
stories
business
come alive.
And reach the right audience. This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
So somebody sent this message. Let me read it. He didn't tell us your name. Good morning, Kelly. This one they added the general hospital to the psychiatric hospital. Hope we will not hear that someone ran from the psychiatric ward into the general hospital and beat somebody. You get the point, eh? That's the psychiatric hospital on Psychiatric Road that has been upgraded and the government added a general hospital to the same space. Of course, they'll know how to manage it, but that's a very funny one. So you don't want someone who has some scoin running from the scoin area to the normal area. They can use the fence.
Young girls and then security.
I'm sure they'll have a plan on how to manage that. There should be clear demarcations.
Exactly.
There will be clear demarcations.
From civilians and soldiers.
Whatever that means.
Civilians and soldiers.
Whatever that means. You heard the voice of Arachuku Paul Ogbonna, Esquire. He's a legal practitioner. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Rivers people. Good morning, Kelly.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So I find it intriguing that Tinubu is in Rwanda or so. He went for conference and he's talking about how the standards of borrowing. So he says the international borrowing standards creates an unleveling field for Africans to play in. And yet, he's still constantly borrowing heavily. Every single dollar that leaves our treasury to pay punitive interest rate is a dollar that did not go into our steel sector, our textile mills, our agro-processed or digital industries. It is a dollar that did not train a young Nigerian engineer or provide affordable power for our factories. Our industrial base is being starved of the blood it needs, long-term affordable finance, while creditors and rating agencies treat African sovereigns as permanent high-risk borrowers regardless of our fiscal performance. How can an African manufacturer compete with a competitor in Europe, Asia, or North America when the cost of borrowing in our nations is 5 to 10 times higher? How can we build cross-border industrial value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area when our infrastructure projects face a financing gap deepened by the very institutions meant to bridge it? The answer is plain: we cannot. The international financial architecture, as currently constituted, is an instrument of industrial disarmament. So you know all of this, yet you continue to borrow to the volume that you have been borrowing. Is this what's the word? Let me begin with Sandy. Do you understand this?
Yeah, I do. I think in a way he's on point because there's nothing he can do than to borrow.
There's nothing he can do but to borrow.
Yes, but to the volume he's borrowing is what I do not understand why he's going that far. But as for borrowing, yes. If, for instance, the benchmark for borrowing, let's say comparing Europe, North America, and Africa, that of Africa is very difficult. If what he says is what happens, because I'm not borrowing with them, I don't know. There must be trammels that they cross before borrowing, which they are given as conditions. If there are differences between the borrowings in Africa and that of North America and Europe, Kelly, and let's say Tinubu, as of now he's the president, doesn't have money to run Nigeria. And there's no other way he can source funds enough to run the country locally. There's nothing he can do. He must go back, despite all those trammels, and borrow. But to the extent that he is borrowing as if it's a borrowing spree is what I don't understand. But what he says makes sense. If there are difficulties before us in repayment or so of the borrowings we have done in Africa, and America is easier, in Europe is easier, perhaps other places. Now, he looks around, he can't get anything to run the country, and locally he can't get enough also. He has to go back to those people and say, okay, he's suffering through these trammels, let it be small. But when you keep on borrowing as it were, every day, every month, or every time you are borrowing, one will start asking, are you sure that there are those difficulties? And that's where I'm hanging it. For myself, I am thinking that if what he says makes sense as it sounds to me, then where is he now having this penchant of borrowing every month or every year? That's the problem.
So Tinubu is the president of Nigeria.
Yes.
So he knows much better what the current fiscal situation is for the country. I'm not.
Yeah.
Right? I'm one person that doesn't like taking loans because of the stress that it puts on my neck.
I don't think anybody loves that.
No, I'm just going somewhere. These Europeans or Americans that give us loans, I think they are very intelligent. A lot of times we ask, why do they keep giving us loans? But they still give. Because I believe, and from what we have read, they know we have the assets to pay back.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But I also believe that it's possible the reasons why they put all of these bottlenecks, it's supposed to discourage you from always coming to borrow.
Yeah.
But being that they know that you lack discipline and financial responsibility, they leave those checks in place because they know that you will not care. You will want to still come to them.
Yes.
Why is Africa known to be poor? Why is majority of our citizens in abject poverty? And yet Africa continues to borrow in huge amounts and volumes. These people know. And I give you an instance. Sanusi was speaking some weeks ago, and he said, I understand that we need to borrow, but why are you still borrowing when you say you have removed subsidy? If subsidy was drowning your economy,
good question.
Why are you still borrowing when you have removed subsidy? You say you have unified the exchange rate, so people should pay for whatever service they want overseas for the real value. Why then are you still borrowing? So if the Nigerian state, which the president leads, is sincere to itself, and they are not every day affirming the European lords of the beliefs that have now become facts by the actions of the heads of state of these countries in Africa, why are we not looking inward to say, well, rather than drive a brand new Escalade, we could do something else so that we can manage our money, and then we can build factories at home. We can put children, get engineers to be trained properly from giving them quality education. But rather than doing that, we're still buying more of those Escalades. We rather prefer to get a jumbo jet that will fly us from wherever we're going to. The salaries of those in offices are still humongous. Politics is the heaven of today. You become a politician, you get appointed, your life has changed. See, you don't wait 2 days, it is one night, your life changes. And the president is lamenting to who? That these people are making it difficult for them to borrow money. I don't understand. Are we realistic, or we just choose to be stupid in the things that we do as a people?
Well, Kelly, you see, all that you've highlighted points to the reasons why Nigeria should not be borrowing to the extent it's doing. Yes, all those things will come and they will emerge absolutely to showcase that Nigeria shouldn't be going to the level it's going in borrowing. However, Nigeria cannot be built in a day or in a year. It has to start gradually. If there is anybody that is going to remove all this distraught mentality of governance in Nigeria, the person will have to take it one after the other, no matter who he might be. The problem now is that I have been saying it, I have not seen the signs of coming to put Nigeria in a better way in this administration. But what he's saying is that you have the template for borrowing, maybe repayment and all the rest of them. You have it very difficult for African nations. And I keep on harping, if it is true. Now, these people have set this template for you. You looked at it, you don't have anyone at all to run your government. If you move in and borrow the little you have, you start making plans. And that's what I have said. You won't go to the extent you are borrowing. But as it stands, what the amount is borrowing seem to be something of joy. Let us be doing it, is how we will be running our nation. And before he leaves, his government would have accumulated billions or trillions even of naira for a younger generation to pay. Those who didn't even borrow this money.
So the president even said borrowing is not leprosy.
No, it's not.
We would borrow. The only problem is that we have to work harder to pay back the loans we're getting.
And that harder is what they are not doing.
No, the question I also want to ask is, while you keep complaining, Wale Edu, before he was fired, said the same thing, that the conditions set for African countries are too high. Don't they get the message that these people are telling you that we don't trust your financial responsibility? That is why we are setting this thing so high, to discourage you. Don't they get the message?
As individuals, Kelly, they have the kind of intellect we in this studio do. They know. They know. They read and understand. But let me tell you, as Nigerian government, they don't.
Okay.
Because what is helping them is they have gotten puffed up with pride and all that. They want to showcase they have arrived. And that's what all of them are doing. Right from 1960.
Mr. Arochukwu.
Kelly, is it not surprising to you that African heads of states will gather to talk about borrowing, not production? I said it in this studio a long time ago, that we were informed of the Tinubu administration borrowing plan, but they didn't tell us of the production plan. Kelly, you don't need to be a professor of economics to know that no nation can survive or succeed by borrowing, not even at the level of an individual. It's not doable. It's not about prayer and fasting. Now, the truth of the matter is that what African leaders say do not correspond with what they do. Now, when you say, and again, there's something there is a problem with the African. We are still thinking that the European is the benevolent individual or institution that has been created to help us. You know, it's like what happened to children from wealthy homes when they believe that daddy will always respond. And therefore, why they are lazing about, children from the very poor homes, whom they look down upon, will work hard as individuals and get to the top. Now, when Tinubu is talking about our steel industry, where is Nigerian steel industry? Tell me, where is it? The digital space he's talking about, where is it? The truth is that for we to survive as a people, as a nation, for Africa to survive, we must return to the primary issue, which is production. Where is our textile mills? Where is all the steel factories? Where are those factories were established? There must be every nation. Look, let me tell you, when the Europeans came to Africa, what was their primary objective? Agricultural production. Palm oil, cocoa, sisal, ginger, coffee. And the government policy and programs were geared towards this. What were they doing it? To produce raw material to sustain the industrial needs of Europe and North America. From where they produce goods, which they sold across the world and made profit. The governor general, the district officer didn't come here to sleep, party, womanize, eat, drive expensive cars. No. The belt roads will end up in the farms. The belt roads will end up in the sea. They established communication system that will move from the point of administration down to the hinterland where they got raw materials. These were programs and policies they did here for the British stayed here for 99 solid years. From 1861 to 1960. And that's what they were doing. So what is Tinubu African leaders doing to stimulate productive venture at home? One of the advantages of engaging in mass production, starting with agriculture, is number one, it will create employment. Two, it will reduce insecurity. Three, the Naira will be able to contest globally where it is exporting goods outside the country. Four, there will be structural linkage between one sector of the economy to another sector of the economy. Six, you will get a lot of resources. Seven, you will start borrowing money instead of doing what? You will start lending money instead of borrowing money. But here, somebody borrows money to build a flyover. Here, somebody borrows money to pay hotel bills.
And the flyover over time will deteriorate and you have to fix it.
You have to fix it. Somebody borrows money here to build a bridge. Somebody borrows money here to buy a vehicle for a government official. Kelly, if I come to you and say, please, I need some money, and say, Aroch, what is the problem? I said, please, Kerry, please, I just got a new girlfriend. I need to take her to a so and so bar this evening. Please, Kerry, can you give me 100,000 naira? Let me take this girl out. And when I tell Kerry, I need some money, I said, what is that? Please, I want to make up money and pay my children's school fees. You may lend me the money, hoping that when the children grow up, if their father doesn't pay, you tell them, please, I gave your father 100,000 to pay your school fees. Now that you have grown up, young man, and you are working, can you please, even if you can't give me the interest, give me the capital? Because we have invested the money on something productive.
But if I also choose to give you 100,000 to go and take your girlfriend out, I can put an interest of 100,000 on it.
Good. Then when I'm paying, what have that money achieved for me?
No, but that's what the Europeans can be thinking too.
Exactly.
We see that you people are reckless. So what are we going to do?
And again, look at it. When you borrow this money from Europeans, you still steal more and return back to their own banks. The Europeans will gather those ones you have kept in their bank and give it back to you.
They know now.
They know. And again, let nobody be wondering why are Europeans giving us money. A good analysis is this: if you see a boy from a rich home and who is very, very prodigal, you can always lend him money, knowing that you can always get the one tire. He can bring one tire of his father's vehicle. I even get one OFOC in the house, which is worth much more than your money. Do you understand me? So giving money to a prodigal son is even more profitable than giving to a child from a poor home that you have no hope he will pay you. But the prodigal boy can even steal the father's dollar one day, or even one thing. You are sure of your money because, this thing is there. There are prospects of money. So Europeans keep on giving you Africans money, not because they love you, but because to underdevelop you and to have a greater access to your raw materials.
All right. Maybe one day we'll have someone that can answer these things in the way that we can understand. But for now, we have to move on. So, Governor February yesterday at the inspection of the psychiatric hospital and the developments around it, without being nudged, without being asked, said he remains a member of the APC. I suspect that something else may have happened. Do you have the same feeling, Mr. Ndekwe?
Well, if my feeling will be anything to go by, because politicians have a world of their own, I think I will say that maybe they've tried to cooling the very hot rod for him. In other words, the ways he works on have been made easier for him. Because I don't know, I can't say politicians are large-hearted humans that nothing worries them. No, I can't say that. Because there's nothing they are not ready to do to make sure that they get the position they are looking for. It might not be all of them completely on all facets of politics, but there are, let's say, 85% of them will just be, by all means, I want to get that position. And the Fubara, with all that we heard happened to him, if truly they did, and then he's still saying he's in APC, there are two things which I'm thinking may have made it possible. First is that he's not even interested in a second term at all. But he should have also shown, at least to Emmanuel Lukwe, let me see, because I'm in Rivers State, that, this form that these people were said to have bought for him, that he has nothing to do with them. But he didn't make such pronouncement. That shows me that he might be interested in a second term.
He went for screening.
Thank you very much. You see, Kelly, I am saying, I have led the foundation. I said, all that we heard happened to him, and that is in the screening.
The screening is a confirmation that...
Thank you, that he was
I have interest. Yes, I have interest.
Good. Now, the second one may be that he has seen that this politics is very it's tedious. So let me pull out now. In fact, they provided a leeway for me to walk away and continue in the way I have been.
As a governor?
As a governor. No. Not as a governor. As a citizen of Rivers State and citizen of Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes, because see, when you are, when we were young, we'll go into fishing in the local pattern of fishing. We'll see big fish in a place that is hidden. We'll keep on entering, using a hoe and all that, carving the way word for us. It's very strenuous. So, but once you get hold of that particular, even if it's one fish, all the drudgery, every pain of that drudgery will leave you. You'll be happy. Now, that is the way I see that this politics is. If there are people you are aligning with and they happen to sponsor you, you go through. It's very sweet. Tomorrow you may decide that, no, you may start talking in not only decision, that nobody helped me. I tried, I did it alone. That's how they do all of them. But now, if Obara says that he's still in APC, Kelly, I am taking it that truly, he is not interested in the second term. What he has seen is bigger than him, and so he wants to pull out with force.
Mr. Arochukwu.
The question is not whether he's a member of the APC or not. Membership of the APC, yes. There are many members of the APC, so. But what people wanted him to address, or what is in the mind of people, is what has transferred in terms of purchasing form, going for screening, standing the election, what of your supporters who bought form, what are their fees. These are the kind of things people want him to give clarification on. By the tradition of our politics, a lot of people have expected people to show force. What I mean show force is be a man, as we say in common English. As an average Nigerian politician or governor would have moved to another political party by now, his supporter would have gone to that political party, the polity would have been heated up, and a lot of things was happening. But one thing by now we should give up on Fubara. By now we should give up on him in terms of some of these expectations. His body language, his spoken words and attitudes has already shown clearly his mindset, the direction he's going, and he's not a pretender. Right from day one that all this whole thing started, Fubara spoke more with his body language, much more than words. So if he gives a few words or if he refuses to give words at all, a journalist can write volumes on him just by his body language, which is, to me, is sufficient and enough and adequate. So in relating with certain human beings, in relating with certain people, like me, when somebody is talking to me, I'm listening to what you are not saying, not what you are saying. I don't care the words that come out of your mouth. I care what you are not telling me. And that is the only way I understand people.
Okay.
And to some other human beings, you listen to what they are saying with their body, not what they are saying with their mouth. So any journalist now who cannot interpret, analyze, and talk about Fubara by virtue of what Fubara did not say, relying on what he said, I don't think he knows his job. He has spoken, he has said it all, and it is enough and sufficient.
No, speaking on that, that's why my line of question is, when I watched it, it's like Jason Wike goes for project inspection, and as he's doing project inspection, when it turns to the pool of media personality with him to address them, he will talk about the project and then they will ask him questions.
Yes.
Some of those things can be staged, right? You can pass a script to someone to say, ask him this question, ask him this question. It can be staged, right?
Yes.
That wasn't the case from what I saw with Fubara. Fubara was speaking to the press. So he talked about the hospital, why they decided to add a general hospital to the psychiatric hospital, right? And then he said, I know that these things have been out there in the media about me and the APC. I remain a member of the APC. I'm like, wait. No.
It didn't add up.
You usually do not respond to rumors. You are usually silent about rumors. Why are you speaking to this one without being nudged to? And the question I'm thinking, isn't it possible that the nudging is coming from the top to say, are these rumors true? Do you want to move? You better address them. Because there may be penalties waiting just around the corner. If you intend that you want to leave the APC that's what I'm thinking. That it's possible that the promptings may be from the externals and
external forces. And
that was the time for him to address it the way that he's been instructed to. My thoughts. Let me ask Mr. Williams, Jesse Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. I know he will disagree, but let's see if he feels the same way. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning.
So, Fubara.
With due respect to His Excellency Governor Fubara, when I listened to that, do I call it interview? Yesterday. The governor acted like someone who is drowning. That's how I would best put it. Somebody who is drowning would always want to get hold of anything, to survive. Otherwise, there was no reason at all for Governor Fubara, the Governor Fubara we know, to begin to set questions for himself and begin to answer questions for. With due respect again, I'm one person that don't expect much from Governor Fubara. That if at all I expect anything, I don't think I do. Because, when you are leading a people, you speak to them. You let the people know what they should know. I'm not saying you should empty yourself because you're leading a people, but at least give direction. I am still a member of APC. Who asked him?
There are rumors that
is his membership of APC a question?
Apparently, it seems so.
That's what I'm telling you. He just set question for himself. Is he doubting his membership of the party? That's why I say it does appear that he's drowning. Otherwise, you went for an inspection. First, you say you never picked form. Some people, permit me say, I will go busybody. Went and picked form for him and said they are Rivers elders. Good and fine. Politicians do all manner of things. The man up till now, we are talking in this studio, have never told Rivers people, I want to go for second term. I've not heard.
But he went for screening.
No, wait. I've not heard him say, I want to go for second tenure. The next thing we saw is that he has submitted himself for screening. Along the people we heard he bought form for assembly. Again, the same rumor that may have prompted him setting question for himself and answering the question has it that all the people he bought forms for were all disqualified.
It's no longer a rumor, it's a fact.
No, I chose to use to be on safe side.
No, this one I'm telling you that is a fact.
Fine. The people he bought forms.
No, allegedly.
This is even alleged.
Yes,
it's a
the
fact.
people he bought. Don't forget that some concerned APC elders bought his own form. He bought for the people he wants to go for assembly.
As alleged.
Okay, as alleged.
This one is alleged.
Now the people, all of them disqualified. All of a sudden, the report or result of a screening
appeals committee
has not been made public. No, I mean that for governorship, they've not published the results. The fact that the governor have heard that the people he wants to go to assembly have all been disqualified. Governor said question for himself. I am still a member. Is it that has he heard that him too will be disqualified? Or may not be eligible. Let me use it. Or may not be eligible.
We have to go for a break. When we come back, we continue. Please stay with us.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
All right, we thank you for staying with us. We have Ngowari from Non's Luxury Homes joining us at this time. Good morning, Ngowari. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
All right, please tell us what you do at Non's, the offers for today, and so on.
Okay. My country people, na good morning for inside this morning. No. My name na Ngowari Alenjak from Non's Luxury Homes Limited. We come to say a big thank you to all our customers who subscribe to Non's Flourish Estate. We love you well, and I wish you plenty money inside your pocket. Today I bring to your doorstep Non's Classic Estate. Now they hear Non's Classic Estate. They close to Okabik by Haoda Road, Big Elele, for just 700,000 naira outright payment. This land na correct pure land. Now 50 by 100 meters. no land wey dey far o. For those of una wey know what investment is all about, I say make una come invest for this land today and get richer tomorrow. North Classic Estate Elele for just 700,000 naira. If you buy 5 plots, we go sama you with half plot free. If you buy 10 plots, we go sama you with 1 plot free. No darling at all, no darling at all. And make good thing no pass you at all. Oya, call us for this number 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. Our office address dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Oh yeah, for those of una wey wan buy but the money no complete, we dey wait for una for office. And the outright, the installment payment for this particular land, you fit start with 350,000 naira. Then you help you to spread the remaining balance for 3 months. As you hear me right now, call more, because the land you can start with 350,000. Call us now for 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. Our office address dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Remember, say North Classic na better investment o. No land wey dey when dey foul. Now you no wan buy land. Now you no wan become landlord. We dey tell una say make una come quick. Come today, come buy and become a proud landowner. You dey hear me so? Yes, so my country people, I don carry another ogbonge estate, one we dey call non-blossom estate. Agwawure, Omagwa, Oboy. As this name dey sound, so na so the land pure. E pure well, and na complete stable land, complete 50 by 100 meters with fantastic promo price of 1.5 million naira. Non-blossom estate na hot cake o, Akanchawa. Na 5 minutes drive from the airport roundabout. E get better good road network. Na dry land, and e get well designed layout for just 1.5 million naira. No wait before you hear say we don sell am finish o. And this particular land, e dey show himself. Quality dey show himself for this land o. Oya, sharply take our number again 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Our second number na 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. Our site inspections na every day from Mondays to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Come, make we carry una go show this land when I don mention. Non-blossom estate, Omagwa. Outright payment na 1.5 million naira, while the installment payment na 1.8 million naira. We go help una take stretch the balance for within 3 months. You no get any bush entry o, you no get community wahala, you no get matching ground. Just come and see and buy. Better news be say, as you come by, the better news be say we go sama you with instant allocation. And as you come, so imagine, my brother, my sister, you dey pay 1.5 million naira for 1 bedroom flat, something wey dey pay very cheap before. Now because of the economy, you dey imagine say you dey pay land house for 1.5 million naira. But if you own this plot of land for 1.5 million naira, you go start to dey build immediately. Wow, my country people, make una invest wisely o. once you buy this land, we go get 50 blocks. These 50 blocks are to support you for your building or your fencing or any kind of business when you want to do. My country people, make una come because land when you buy today, they increase within 1 month. We have the last but not the least. We dey call am North Garden Estate, Omagwa, AP Junction, at there day, Agwawure. The actual payment na 1.8 million naira, while installment na 2 million naira. The land correct, the land sharp. Electricity dey there well. Street light nko e dey there. We dey give una better assurance say we sure for now. And we value well. And this lands when I don't call so now buy and build and a dry land. Call us again for this number 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. We dey give free deed of conveyance and instant allocation with 50 blocks to start your building. Within 3 days, the document don come out and land not be waste of time. Land na asset. Land na investment for you and your family. So make una come quick come to our office. Our site inspection na every day from Mondays to Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We be real family estate now make we get different land for different prices. In case your hand no reach this one, your hand go reach the other one, and we take you like our own. Assurance cover you well. We dey ready for now. Make una come and we not dey leave you behind. Hurry, come quick make you know here say at the end of the day all the plots, all the land when we get don't finish. No wait for tomorrow not dey wait for himself. It's better you save that money for landed properties and see the reward tomorrow. We dey look forward to seeing you.
All right. Again, your inspection days.
Our inspection days now from Mondays to Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Those paying installments, how long do they have to complete their payment and how much are they paying?
Those pay installment like non-luxury homes limited, that one don't finish. But the ones who will get na North Classic Estate na 700,000 naira. That one na 700. But in case you no get that full money to buy, you fit start with 350,000. And another one what they call North Blossom Estate, Agwawure, Omagwa. This one are 1.5 million naira. This one are just outright payment. Yes, outright payment. Installment payment now 1.8 million naira. And you go stretch out for this installment payment within 3 months. You feel they pay deposit like 1 million naira. They pay small. At the end of the day, within 3 months, it don't shell it for you. The other one what they call North Garden Estate. North Garden Estate now 1.8 million naira. Installment now 2 million naira. We will help you stretch the money. You make your first deposit of 1 million naira. Then within 3 months, the land don't become your own. So we can now come with the wait for now.
Phone numbers before we go.
Our phone numbers again now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. We dey give free deed of conveyance with instant allocation and 50 blocks.
Thank you so much, Ngowai from Nons Luxury Homes. The news update next is Today 95.1. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ike Menchima. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested the Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Mustafa Abdullahi, over alleged money laundering offenses. A source within the anti-graft agency who spoke on condition of anonymity disclosed that Abdullahi was arrested in Abuja and is currently in the custody of the commission. According to the source, the alleged fraud involves funds estimated at 500 billion naira. Efforts by Today FM correspondent Uchendu Ejowo to get confirmation from the EFCC spokesperson Dele Oiwale were unsuccessful as he could not be reached at the time of the filing of this report. President Bola Tinubu had on October 24, 2023, appointed Abdullahi as Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria. Justice Emeka Wite of the Federal High Court Abuja has dismissed a suit seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to register the All Democratic Alliance ADA as a political party. In a judgment, Justice Wite held that the suit filed by promoters of the association was incompetent and unsupported by credible evidence. The plaintiffs, led by Umar Ado, had sued INEC alongside Chief Aki Ricketts and Aminu Ahmed, seeking an order compelling the electoral body to register the ADA as a political party. They also urged the court to declare the association deemed registered under Section 75, Sub 4 of the Electoral Act 2022. On the grounds that INEC allegedly failed to act within the statutory period. However, the court upheld a preliminary objection filed by the second and third defendants, who argued that the suit was commenced through the wrong procedure. Justice Wite held that the issues raised by the plaintiffs were contentious and involved allegations of fraud and disputed facts which could not be resolved through originating summons. The judge ruled that the matter ought to have been initiated through a writ of summons to allow parties to call oral evidence and cross-examine witnesses. The judge held that the matter was instituted through an improper procedure and was thereby incompetent and consequently struck out. The national coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Yunusa Tanko, has said election outcomes should be decided at polling units rather than through prolonged legal battles in court. Tanko, who is a close aide to the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, spoke during an interview in Ogun State where he noted the growing dependence on judicial intervention in resolving electoral disputes and its implications for Nigeria's democracy. The Obedient Movement National Coordinator said elections should reflect the true opinions of voters from the grassroots level, warning that continued reliance on court decisions in electoral matters could undermine the credibility of the voting process. On the foreign scene, French prosecutors have requested a 7-year prison sentence for former President Nicolas Sarkozy in his appeal trial over allegations that his 2007 presidential campaign received illegal funding from Muammar Gaddafi's Libya. The case has become one of the most explosive political financial scandals of France's Fifth Republic. After 3 days of what the prosecution described as a fierce closing argument, the Paris General Prosecutor's Office asked the appeals court to impose the same 7-year sentence it sought during the first trial. Sarkozy was previously convicted and handed a 5-year prison term, 720 days behind bars before being released pending appeal. Prosecutors portrayed Sarkozy as the principal, the sole beneficiary, and the instigator of an alleged pact with the Libyan regime to secure covert funding for the 2007 campaign. The appeal trial, now nearing its conclusion, is critical for Sarkozy, who insists that not 1 cent of Libyan money entered his campaign or personal finances. A ruling is expected on November 30. If convicted again, his remaining legal recourse would be an appeal to France's Court of Cassation. And that's it on the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
thank you for staying with us. Let's stay in the market for a bit. We have Mr. Henry, a medical professional, NRI consultant. That will be the Nature Renaissance International. It's the coordinator for it in River State. I see something here. Is this Principal Award?
The multiple award winner.
Multiple award winner. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
So let's begin with NRI. What does it mean?
Nature's Renaissance International.
What do you do?
We're into varieties of offers or value. Okay. We produce skincare, which is soap, organic soap. Also produce a herbal product that is targeted to handle some conditions based on the research. Then we also have toothpaste, organic herbal toothpaste. Now it's not just for you to brush your teeth, but it's designed to address some this sensitive bite toothache. That's how it's designed. Like our skincare, which is the soap, is not just like ordinary soap. It's made up of different organic things like honey, like there's honey, there's carrot, there's turmeric, there's pawpaw seed, there's palm kernel oil, sandalwood, cane wood, and there's also oatmeal and goat milk. One soap, you can see how rich it is to actually enrich your skin and others. Then we also have a nutritional supplement. Nutritional supplements are quite different from herbal supplement. Can really bring some areas where you have imbalance. Like for women, we tell you that I'm not seeing this, I'm not seeing that. Some men will tell you I'm not performing very well. It could be as a result of imbalance of hormone. Those things that can help you to restore is called nutritional supplement. Then we also have a herbal supplement. Herbal supplement, just like Bible describes, say herbs are medicine. In the book of Ezekiel chapter 47 verse 12 also say that herbs is used for human, which is the book of Psalms 104 verse 14. Now they actually, if you understand what is called medicine is anything or a substance that can prevent disease, also cure disease, and also used for diagnosis. Now God have actually described that herbs have some medicinal value to the body, which NRI is fronted by medical personnel, inclined medical people. After months research, they came up with idea. Now, what really led to all these things, they are the things I'm going to find out, going to discuss today, because many people actually come to hospital in a chronic form when things have become complicated. Okay. I tell people most diseases I practice as I'm talking to you, most people died with different conditions because the solution come late. Not that there's no solution. Now, that reason why NRI will now look into successful groups. Okay, when people have this test and do a checkup, not a quantum test too, there are other switch tests that you can do free. Then you will actually be able to find out some of these issues on time, and you'll be able to address it. Now, if you look at BP test, somebody can do it for you for free. It can cost you 100 or 200. Do you know that if you are hypertensive and you did not check it, and you start having headache, maybe you go and buy paracetamol, it doesn't solve that problem. It can lead you to stroke. Then when you get to that level, we are not talking about checking BP alone. You are going to do like a MRI, brains, and a CT brain scan, which are very, very expensive. But if you have checked your BP, then you know that your BP is high. You could actually use an anti-hypertensive drugs to control it. Do you understand?
Okay.
Now, the same thing with sugar. People don't check their sugar level until it's becoming complicated. Then that is when they start running up and down. Those big tests you are saying, thousands, actually come from the small one that you refuse to check. Cholesterol level, you don't know it. By the time it has gone high, it affected your coronary arteries, also affected the arteries supplying the brain, leading to stroke and other heart diseases. Then you now start doing big tests. But if you have know your cholesterol, you could actually avert a lot of all these things. The same thing with uric acid, the same thing even with hepatitis B street test, the same thing with understanding the level of blood circulation in your body and the oxygen saturation. These are some of the free, even also key tests. These are some of the free things we decided to look at. If people could get themselves on time, honestly, they will live a healthy life. Even that is what the government and medical people advocate. That's why we go for what is called vaccine. We educate people, they take vaccine. Why do they take vaccine? So that they will not fall sick. Bringing hospital to your home. Preventive. And that is, you make the country become productive, not all about individual. If you're a breadwinner, you don't fall sick, you become very, very productive. Health is not just something you have, it's everything you have. If you have a dream, if you don't have a good health, you won't achieve it. If you have 1,000 problems and health is not included, you don't have a problem, you can solve it. If you have 1,000 problems, you have health issue, you will not realize that you have one problem, not even other. Now that reason why we decided to have in the spirit of our anniversary, because we are now 6 years now. It was on the 4th of May, mid of 6 years. NROI Nature Renaissance International is a multi-million-dollar company. We are all over the country, over 755 offices. We have given out over 533 cars. I'm also one of the car winners. Then we also have our presence in 9 African countries, and we also have our presence in the US and UK. All our products are made in a modern facility approved by NAFDAC. Also, we SON and good GMP, good manufacturing practices.
That's SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria.
Was well labeled, packaged, dosage, standardized, fronted by medically inclined people. You don't use just the product. Now, I tell people about the secret of divine health. We are hearing that some people will tell you, including you might tell me that, sir, for more than 10 years I have not taken drugs. I will believe you, sir. Do you know what you're enjoying? Divine health. And where does divine health anchor on? Is the level of your immunity. When your immunity is strong, then sicknesses cannot take advantage of you. When your immunity is low, other things, including mosquito bite, malaria, typhoid fever, cold, can take advantage of you. Now, anything that can help you to address that your level of immunity, you have gone ahead of years without being sick. And that is what the HIV virus does, to destroy the immunity. Now, immunity is actually the key to a healthy life. That we now look at the things after much research. What are the things that can help you to boost your body immunity? Because immunity is the body defense mechanism against diseases. It's made up of different components. It's not just one thing. It's not just one organ. There are lots of things that make up a good immunity. One, I must be said, is even protein. When I talk about protein, like antibody, like cell, white blood cell, tissue, like lymphoid tissue, we also have like organ, like a spleen organ. Then we also have a system, which is the lymphatic system. They are all the components that work in synergy to secure a good health. Now, each of them must also be addressed, how to empower them. If I look at the security network, just like the way you have a command center, that is what organs does. Then the soldiers, they are like the cells. Then the weapons they are going to use, they are the antibody, which are the protein. Now they must work together. You must have everything in tight before you can overcome your enemy. Now immunity destroys a lot of infection. When I hear people complain, typhoid fever, malaria, monthly, every time, the truth is that if you don't know about blood type, this and that, if your immunity is strong, it is designed naturally for your body to fight for you. You are not meant to depend on somebody. That is the same thing animals in the bush are enjoying. We have similar organs. Do you understand? That is what they enjoy. Now, immunity is actually the key. Then a good immunity will also help you to destroy some things in your body, like bad cells that could have turned to cancer. We have what is called NK, natural killer cell. God made it in a way that any form of things, tumor that is not good, bad cells will destroy them. But when they are weak, they are not enough, the body will overcome them. And then for the speedy recovery, immunity also take a role about that. We all studied this and they came up with the idea that something that can push somebody, even when you are down, you can recover. And my own was actually an example. I've been sick for several years, just typhoid fever, malaria, because of the nature of the place where I'm working. Mosquito, even when you wear scrub, no matter how sensitive you are, they are more intelligent than you, because they want to eat. Just like somebody that wants to steal you, it will be calculating you.
Survival mentality.
I'm telling you, survival mentality. Then, for 4 years, I always on drugs, injecting myself, do everything. But could you believe me that since April 11, 2022 till now, I've not taken anything? What did I do is to search for natural things that can help me. That's where I find NROI. And I find that NROI is actually guided by people who are medically inclined.
Okay.
Then, yeah.
So you have programs lined up in marking your anniversary?
Yeah, we have programs this month, including next month. Free medical checkup coming up tomorrow. All these things that I'm saying, you are going to experience it. And it's not a quantum test because when you are medically inclined, there are things that you will not do. Do you understand? Yeah, it's a street test. That's why if you go to places, you will see glucometer. They sell it everywhere. Blood pressure, they sell it everywhere. But many people don't take advantage of this thing to check it. There are a lot of things we are going to do for you that time will not permit me to mention. Now, tomorrow is by 9 a.m. Time is one of the terms and conditions. You must come on time to attend our health talk. Because if you don't attend our health talk, we won't do this thing for you. It's not all about you check your body, you have seen who you are, this and that, you even see what to take. No, it's for you to have the right information. You see, right information that can transform you. The time is 9 a.m. Then you also attend our health talk. That is the terms and conditions applying.
So you're saying that they should be present at 9?
Yes.
When it starts?
Yes, we start by 9.
We start by 9.
Yeah.
So they should be present at 9.
At 9. Then
the health talk
start
maybe after 9.
Yeah, around 10 minutes past 9. After they have all sit down.
So
and
it's
everything.
after the health talk that people will now become eligible to the free test.
Exactly, become eligible to the free test.
So if they come after the health talk, they won't get it.
If they come after the health talk, maybe we can shift then to the next day, because the most things the reason why it's like if you don't get the two right, you will not really understand what you come for.
Okay.
The two is not all about somebody check you. If you don't know what is BP, somebody check for you. You will not even know. Say they just check my BP. I don't even ask them. You can imagine that somebody check your BP. You don't ask them. Somebody say they check my sugar level. I don't even ask them. They say it's okay. What is okay? I don't understand. Okay, whether I will be quite sure. Tell me the value of okay. Do you understand? Now, that is why health education, you also know the implication of this thing, that if you don't take this elementary, this thing serious, it can lead to a complication where you now start begging for help. Do you understand? That is why the health talk is even more important than the test.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, where is the venue?
The venue is number 14 Honeymoon Plaza along Rumola Road. That is between Rumola Junction and Elichi Amadi Polytechnic. There is 2-story building painted blue. Both the roof and the body is called Honeymoon Plaza. It's close to Anglican Church or the Y Junction there.
Okay.
The first floor by your left, you will see NROI office.
Are there phone numbers people can reach?
The number that I'll call, if you are coming on Friday, which is tomorrow, then you will text Friday to this number. If you are coming on Saturday, then you will text Saturday to this number.
Right.
Now, the number is 080 67 65 8388. Again, 080 67 65 8388. Again, 080 67 65 8388. I always tell people that most of the things that is causing issues about health is that many people did not actually come and take note of it. It's not for the sick people alone. It's not for the people that had alone. It cut across everyone that's above 30 years to know your health status. If you, let's say the way you are, sir, there is no way you don't know the amount of money you have. What you don't have, you can't go and price it because you know the amount. The same way you are supposed to know your, including your PCV, everything concerning the primary things about your head. So that when you are drinking a bottle of Coke, you know you are taking it with confidence. Right. When you are running, you know the extent you can run to because you know your BP. Now, with all these things, I want people to take their health, be proactive about their health so that they will not fall victim. Things are too expensive, but do you know that you can manage it? Just like somebody says, sir, I want you to be eating a rich soup. You think that is soup that is expensive? No, it's soup that is well fortified with vegetables, with the natural things. That is the rich soup we're talking about. Now, once again,
the phone numbers.
The phone number.
Because we're almost out of time.
Yeah, we're almost out of time. The phone number is 080. Test Friday or Saturday, depending on the day you are coming. 080 67 65 8388. 080 67 65 8388. please, we have a limited space. It's just for, we have a limited people. It's between 35 to 40 so that we can give quality attention.
All right.
If it's above the number, then we won't be able to take it. We can push you to the other day. All right, the venue once again, number 14 Honeymoon Plaza, along Rumolaro, between Rumola Junction and Elechi Amadi Polytechnic. There is Honeymoon Plaza. It's also close to Anglican Church. You are going to meet people who are medically inclined that will guide you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry, a medical professional from NRI. That is the National Nature Renaissance International. Joined us this morning. We'll return to the papers in a moment. Please stay with us.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, so since yesterday, when Trump touched down in the People's Republic of China, the communist nation, the pomp and pageantry with which he was received has really excited Trump. From the airport, the ceremony, the guards, everything. It's been so colorful. Trump has just been smiling. He's just been so happy. So happy. In that same state, let Xi Jinping just say something off. Trump will go on his Truth Social and he will go blasting. But you can see from the images how excited Trump is. He's literally elated by the honor that the communist nation are bestowing on him. Now, when I say this, those that understand the recent history would understand the fierce relationship that has been between China and the U.S. In fact, when Trump came, sanction here, 60% sanction, and so on and so forth. When he does 60, Chinese will do 50, and they went back and forth, and he will send his team to China to go and negotiate. Chinese will tell them, no, you can't come here and tell us the terms. These are the conditions. If you want to talk with us, come in a respectable way. Let's have a conversation. You see that same nation? Despite all of the issues, even in the Strait of Hormuz, Chinese interest is being affected. And the Chinese, rather than, be hostile to Trump, they have opened their arms like their best friend has come home. There's a lot to learn from those people. The way they are celebrating Trump is like their hero is home. I'm like, what? There's a lot to learn from the situation happening in China today, the relationship between the U.S. and China. But we're not talking about that. Let's come back to our conversation. Panelists are still around. Let me go back to Mr. Williams just to confirm if he concluded on his thoughts about Governor Fubara's remarks yesterday on still being a member of the APC. You concluded, yes? Or you just want to add a few things?
Yes.
Please do.
Kelly, I actually want to either suggest or advise Governor Fubara. I'm not a fan of Governor Fubara. I am not a fan of Wike. But I think it's high time Governor Fubara came out open to tell Rivers people, because he said he's the father, the leader of Rivers State. He should tell us. When I forgot about Governor Fubara, let me tell you something, was when a politician, a governor, will come down, gather all his, what they call that thing, simplify movement, and instructed them that he should be disbanded. Nobody should do anything for him again, that his spirit has even left government house. And people still believed that that's... Kelly, I don't want to bore us. Let him tell his supporters that this game is over.
Okay. Let's just take all the related matters and then we'll make progress from there. Yes, Wike was on project inspection and he addressed his visits to Yawada. He says it's nothing political. It's a friendly visit. Besides, he has no obligation to inform us on his private affairs. But there's a part that struck me, and even the papers highlighted it, that he doesn't believe in the politics of enmity. So just because we're in politics, make us enemies. I don't understand. It's relatable, right? Mr. Williams, very typical of Yeson Wike. He's a very friendly and jovial person to his political opponents. So when he says, I don't believe in the politics of enmity, it's easily understood, yeah?
I just said a few seconds ago that I'm not a fan of Wike. But let me tell you something about Wike. If Wike knows that there is something you, Kelly, can give to him that will make him succeed, Wike can come to you in the morning, in the afternoon, at the odd hour of the day. Just like you're talking about Trump, Wike will romance you and get what he wants from you. Which is unlike some politicians. If they say this person, they stand their ground, whatever you do, they are not there. But Wike can visit the house of his enemy and eat, just to prove to you that he doesn't have anything against you. But deep down him, there's something he needs from you. Let him get that in. You will know. So, his encounter or his visit to the chairman, say his defense, that they were both in a federal cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, by virtue of that, they became friends or colleagues at the time. What I don't understand in all that he has said is that, when you see Wike, you see minister. As you see Wike, you don't see Wike. What you see is minister of the FCT. So it baffled me when he started defining his personal, his private things.
As a minister, he doesn't have a private life.
No, I'm not saying he doesn't have. Get me right. I'm not saying he doesn't have. But all he has done so far has been Minister Wike. So the quick distinction now that he suddenly has a private life is what I'm trying to understand here.
But that's the same question.
That is not to say that as a man, as a human being, you are not entitled to your private life. No, he is. But what I'm saying is that over time, since he became minister, everything, even the one that he's supposed to do or not to do as an individual, the office of minister, when he does that thing as an individual, he says it's the office of the minister.
How about going to his son's graduation?
He went to his son's graduation as a father. But did he go as a father?
Is that not private?
It is private in the sense that his son was graduating.
How about going for the birthday of Senator?
Have you forgotten the trip?
Or no?
Well, let me tell you. Have you forgotten the trip he made? Which country was that? That he went with his two sons.
UAE.
Official visit. He went with his, and when the people asked him, he said, "Am I supposed to go with you? Are they not my children?" But they're supposed to be an official capacity as a minister.
I also just asked you now. How about when he went for his son's graduation?
No, he went. That is his son. Just like he said, that is his son. I shouldn't be there as his son's father.
So that's private now, isn't
that?
That
is private. But the point I'm making is that the things that are supposed to take private private formula, so to say, or so to speak, he now makes it look like it's an official thing. What I just told you, an official thing that the minister is going to in a foreign country. He went with his sons. Your son is not a member of the cabinet. Your son has got nothing to do with Nigerian government today. But he went, and when he was at, he said, "They are my sons." So that is why I say I don't understand. It's difficult to distinguish Wike as a minister and the way he functions, and Wike in his private life. That even things done as a private person, he would turn it that it was done by the office of the minister.
Okay. Mr. Arochukwu.
Yes.
Wike's defense.
In the first instance, too much attention is being paid to Wike. And Wike doesn't even need to explain to us whatever he's doing with APC national chairman, is it not?
At a time like this?
And again, you should understand that Wike by the way Wike has conducted his life, he has politicized everything around him. So just as he said, it's difficult to separate Wike as an individual and separate Wike from political platforms and his office as the FCT minister. Very, very difficult. The way he approaches issues, the language, his choice of words and everything predisposes him every time, everywhere. That things, even the people around him just speaks of politics. So, but ordinarily, Wike at his level can, visit anybody of political relevance or not political relevance. He can visit anybody. And as he said, he doesn't owe us any explanation. After all, if Wike visited the national chairman of the APC, so that's the correct thing we should even encourage politicians to do, to eschew bitterness, differences, and to treat the entire political space as a game between brothers and members of one family.
If Wike told you this, would you believe it?
No. Well,
if Wike was the one telling you this, advising you on this, would you take him serious?
Remember, I started by saying that everything around him speaks more of politics. Everything around him speaks more of politics. Everything around him is suspected to be, to smell of politics. That's where I started from. And I went ahead to tell you that, well, there is nothing wrong him visiting whoever he visited to discuss whatever they discussed at his level, and at the level of some other people at his level, they ought to be visiting themselves, and they should exhibit political maturity and tolerance. But however, knowing who he is, whatever happened by that visit can only be interpreted from and understood within the prism of politics.
Mr. Ndikwe.
Kelly, whatever explanations he gave as to the visit he made to Yewada did not at all remove the political correlation. They at all, for me, not any other person. Two politicians of high level are meeting. What are they going to discuss? Politics. So, whichever way he tried to extricate himself, like he said, he doesn't have owe anybody any explanation. And for what now? He made a trip to Yewada's house. Whatever unites them, but he's the federal minister of FCT. And this one is INEC APC chairman, national chairman. Both of them meeting, they will talk politics. So he should know that. So for me, it doesn't matter whether what he went there is about screening in Rivers State of the APC or not. It's not the issue, but it's political.
Let me introduce Amor Pusanebobo Bosofri Brown, management consultant, CEO, Grain Consulting. Amor Pusanebobo, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning to my fellow panelists, and good morning to our listeners in Rivers State, Nigeria, and wherever they are.
Did you miss something?
Managing consultant.
You'll react to two things, right? Governor Fubara's statement that he's still a member of the APC.
Even three things, including malaria.
You would also react to Wike's statement. But this is trending. I hope you guys can hear it clearly. Just give me a moment. Let me turn this off. One moment. Do I have sound now? So this looks like Tombia Extension, where you have Polo Club.
Yeah.
The video here is Dr. Chidi Lloyd, the chairman of MOI local government area.
Kelly, why are you looking at me like that? Oh my God. Since you started playing this thing,
I haven't had any particular interest in
am glad you
Kelly, if you want to talk about Jesse, close your eyes. Then you want to talk about any of us, look us.
I'm glad you noticed. I was getting
here
curious.
you can clearly see the audio is not. Maybe somebody was distant, was far away when he took the recording. But Lloyd is harassing VIO officials, telling them that what they are doing is illegal. with
Thank
a
God.
subsisting court judgment. He's literally telling them to leave the road. You leave the road. Leave the road. Called his aide to arrest some of them. Can you imagine?
It's a lot, teacher.
No. Let's talk about this. Is this appropriate? Mr. Arochukwu.
There is I think, is it either Federal High Court or Court of Appeal judgment?
There are 4 judgments against VIO.
VIO. But the one, I'm talking of the one gotten either in Warri Delta State.
There's Delta, there's Abuja.
Good. And that judgment was, I don't know exactly, but it's like you shouldn't be taking vehicles in a state road. I don't know.
I can give you clear. I remember the judgment yesterday,
okay. Yes,
right?
Yes.
You have no business checking for roadworthiness on the road. It is a violation of the rights of citizens. You have no business doing it on the road. If you must do that, do it when we come to renew our papers. That's why you're supposed to do your vehicle inspection.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the basic summary of Abuja. And in fact, in the case of Delta State,
yes,
the judge even said it expressly that VIO has no authority to check roadworthiness from private vehicle owners.
Yes.
That the law does not place us to pay roadworthiness as private vehicle owners.
And again, Kelly, look at it this way, and I want you to understand what I'm going to say very clearly. In Nigeria and Africa, what you have are not legal rational institutions. Legal rational institutions ought to operate by law, they ought to operate by rules, and they ought to operate independently, given status establishing them. However, what you have in Africa is a situation whereby a state who creates a law, human behavior and politics configures that institution to wear a character inconsistent and antithetical to the original objective of its establishment. For instance, a police supposed to take complaint, investigate the complaint, and after investigating the complaint, if they are satisfied, they now charge you to court. I now meet a policeman and I mobilize the policeman, give him money, complain about Kelly. Kelly is beaten up and dumped in the cell. Now a man comes to ask of Kelly, he has to bring tissue and soap. And when Mandukwe refuses, he won't see Kelly. When he sees Kelly, he has to buy back Kelly from the police. By buying back Kelly is what we call bail. So if Kelly, for instance, jams somebody with his vehicle, the amount of buying him back will be higher than when he slaps somebody. If Kelly, for instance, although you won't like me to use it, if Arochukwu, for instance, defies a girl, the cost of buying him back will be higher than when he steals a pen. Now, what happens that with people you call, VIO officials, what they normally do, or what is the common practice, is that everybody is fighting for survival. So they come to the road, particularly even a federal road, they stay there. Then, depending on your violation, then a certain amount is already set down unofficially. You will pay to enable you have your freedom and to have your car. And in such circumstance, that is what must, and its frustration, that's what must have prompted Lloyd as a man of power, a man of the moment, and a man of means to say, you guys get out of that place. And even tell his ADC, possibly a policeman, to arrest them. The ADC can as well arrest them the way our system works, and they'll be forgotten in a police cell because of the person who ordered the arrest.
A very valid point you've made, but I like to also speak from the point of law that I've received some education on, because I'm not a lawyer.
Yes.
Because this is a matter that I have closely amplified and monitored.
Who gave you that credit? You tried.
The Federal High Court judgment we have been told is not bound. It's not binding on all states. VIO on the road, when I see them on the road, I tell them that what you're doing is illegal, but I don't take my fight to VIO. My fight is with Rivers State government. The Ministry of Transport even put out an announcement recently to say the VIO, they were doing a valid legal job. What happened? When sometime last year, the House of Assembly member or somebody was...
Commissioner or Minister of Transport.
Ministry of Transport.
Ministry of Transport.
Ministry of Transport. The permanent secretary signed that document because there's still no commissioner there. But sometime towards the end of last year, Rivers State House of Assembly raised concern about the operations of VIO. And when they raised it, VIO left the roads. When I spoke with VIO chief who invited me, who reached out to me and said, we hear you on VIO, please come to our office, let's talk. I said, what people are doing is illegal. The judgments of these courts are not based on state laws, they are based on the Constitution.
Yes, federal law.
It is for the very fact that those judgments are based on the Constitution that I continue to insist that you people on the roads
as a federal creation
is illegal. It's a state creation.
VIO
is a state creation. VIO, they are created by states. But you see, even state laws draw their power from the Constitution.
Exactly.
So when a judge rules from the Constitution that your actions are illegal, it is illegal. Lagos State government first came out to say, oh no, the judgment of those courts, including the appeal that stood in favor of the lower court, they said no, it is based on jurisdictions. So it doesn't apply to us. Some lawyers are challenging it now.
There's only one jurisdiction.
Rivers State government stayed silent until Ministry of Transport raised that statement to say they are doing a valid work. How so? They got an advice for the Ministry of Justice, which he showed me. The advice from the Ministry of Legal advice was that they said they had a meeting with the State House of Assembly. So they took that advice to the State House of Assembly to say, see, the judgment is valid, but it doesn't affect us because the ruling is based on jurisdictions, meaning somebody in Rivers State has to sue the Rivers State government and Ministry of Transport to court, get the same judgment in court before the Rivers State government will be responsible to withdraw VIO officers from the roads.
In a judgment given by the Federal High Court, where is the jurisdiction of the Federal High Court?
You see, all over Nigeria.
All over Nigeria.
You see, no,
Let me hear Mr.
In
Williams.
addition to that, I know that process came by what we call originating process. And then, remember that the law, the Constitution of Nigeria says any law made wherever within Nigeria that is inconsistent
with the Constitution,
to the extent of that inconsistency is null and void.
Exactly.
So for anybody to hinge his argument on jurisdiction here is not jurisdiction as we know, it's geographical jurisdiction.
Exactly.
That is what the person is talking about. That person is inconsistent with the letters of the Constitution. Now, you see what I know when you brought this thing, it's not part of what you wanted to discuss today.
I just saw the video.
Why you brought it is not just for us to discuss the law and what has happened. It's the person who is executing
the appropriateness of his action. That's why I brought it.
That's why I know that's why that's why I say, Kelly, why are you looking at me like that? Because you know it's my local government chapter. Now, the point is, you see, when the law is made, Chidi Lloyd, by virtue of his position today, even as a private individual, can arrest anybody.
Exactly.
If even you can, even me can arrest anybody. If you reasonably, the law says, if you reasonably suspect that this person is about to commit a crime or is committing a crime.
Exactly.
What Chidi Lloyd did, it's not that because he's Chidi Lloyd, that's why he's going viral. It's something you can do, and I have done it.
So
at that same spot at on Tombia Road by that army children.
Yep. That's where they usually position.
It has happened to me. I was driving. I saw a woman. I didn't know the woman was pregnant. She was seated in her car, and they cleared her. The four of them just gathered the woman. One was from the other side of the passenger side. Well, probably because they saw an NBA sticker on my car. They just pretended like they didn't see a car coming. I on my own cleared and walked back. I said, what is going on? What is going on? The woman was shaking. What is going on? They couldn't answer. I said, madam, what is going on? He said, they stopped me. I said, madam, where is your car key? He said, it's here. I said, start the car. Drive off. They were looking like me. They were looking at me. The woman started her car, drove off. They didn't utter a word. I walked back to my car, started the car. Now, the point is, you see, even Michael, you know that there was a time I had an issue with them at water lines. They broke my windscreen.
They did.
And they replaced it. Yeah, where? The point here is the Rivers State government, I think with due respect to the Ministry of Transport and the Permanent Secretary, is trying to go against the law. What she's doing, or what he or she is doing, is wrong. A judgment delivered by a federal high court, he or she cannot determine geographical jurisdiction.
Another thing is that it's even in line with my earlier discussion. Let us even be sure of what they actually took to the Ministry of Justice. Number 2, let us be sure actually somebody went to the Ministry of Justice. 3, let us be sure that somebody didn't come with an interpretation which he coined from his office and tell his Ministry of Justice.
I saw the legal advice. I was shown the legal advice
signed by
Chief VIO Rivers State. He showed it to me. It's not someone else told me.
Does it have the seal of the Ministry of Justice?
It was signed, stamped, and sealed. It was sealed. When I read it, I told him one thing. I said to him, you see this document, whoever wrote this, gave this advice, is misguided.
And you use the correct one, whoever. That's why I'm saying, let us be sure this thing came from
the... You know what happened to me? Took me to the man's office himself. What is that his name? Akubo also. Took me to his office. In fact, it was right in his office. He ordered that that particular person who broke my wisdom should replace it. And I took him in the car to Ikoku. He replaced it. He said, "Okay, please find me 500 and let me pay." I said, "I will not give you." Like that. So that, you know what I'm saying? He might have this composite of what a valid legal advice may be. But you see, Kelly, today in Rivers State, with due respect, if you know how documents are flying, if you know how documents and the people in offices, particularly those ministries that do not have commissioners.
No, but he told me that that's the document they presented to the State House of Assembly. And when they presented that document, the State House of Assembly allowed them to continue their work.
Kelly, that's what he will tell you now, because he's there. Kelly, I was in his office, Kelly, let me tell you.
He will be careless and reckless to tell me what did not transpire between
Kelly, they
himself.
Don't care. Let me tell you why he will not care. Let me
just go where I'm going to. What transpired between himself and the State House of Assembly? Because people are listening.
So
the lawmakers will be listening.
So
if someone is coming to say, "Oh, we took this document to the State House of Assembly, State House of Assembly cleared us," you are impugning that the State House of Assembly is aware of this, and the State House of Assembly has given its continued support for you to carry out your operations. The State House of Assembly has a duty, if we were such a responsible and sane society,
precisely,
to come out and say, "No, this position we're hearing is not correct."
Precisely.
Nobody has done so. The state governor Fubra, cannot feign ignorance of what VIO men are doing on the road.
That is to the point. Now, that's why I say in Rivers State, anything flies today. You don't know they have even graduated. Maybe you may not have seen this one. The VIO have graduated. For instance, if you go to after Shell going towards Woji, or after that bridge, what they call that,
they are there too.
Let me tell you what they do now. They go to police stations, and now they have co-opted police officers.
Yeah, exactly.
They do
the question is what they are doing is illegal.
It is illegal.
It is illegal, right?
It is illegal, yes.
They go to police stations and get police officers to work with them.
But it's come on now.
Yes.
So Chidi Lloyd is telling a police officer or somebody to arrest a VIO officer. Is it appropriate? I'm not saying about. Is it appropriate?
Yes. Kelly, let me shock you. When I went to their office at Waterlines, do you know what happened? Kelly, that one shocked me. I saw what they call NC civil defense.
Yes.
I saw 3 of them.
It's true.
Standing.
I was there.
They were begging civil defense. I'm not telling you here, say. We are begging the VIO officer to please now let them work with them now. Civil defense with gun. We are begging the VIO people that they should attach them to their team on the road.
You see what I talk about legal national institutions, configuring of institutions. And again, you see, to tell you, Kelly, don't ever be in this our system, in this our system, Kelly. There are no impossibilities in our system. I keep on saying there are no impossibilities in this system we are running. You know, I told somebody that, look, if I'm in a position now and I want a property, okay, I can just dabble into it, create confusion. 2 things will happen. a few men would like to challenge me. The rest of the people will say, let's leave it to God. That's the language of Nigerians. If there are 100 people who have destroyed their property, likely 95 will leave it to God. 5 will challenge me. So, and I use the cohesive structure of the state. So that document you are looking at, because what he's saying is a very simple issue of law, interpreting federal high court judgment. Jurisdiction of the federal high court is Nigeria. Isn't it true? Then a lawyer called to bar last night, by this morning should be able to tell you that a judgment given by a federal high court in Mina, in Niger State, on issue of the Nigerian constitution is a document to be utilized in Bayelsa as far as that particular issue is concerned. So if somebody tells you that Ministry of Justice gave an advice, I doubt if actually any lawyer in the ministry or the ministry
okay,
will take this kind of action.
So if you doubt it, the Rivers State Ministry of Transport put an advert on radio. No, if you doubt that legal advice, the Rivers State Ministry of Transport put an advert on radio. That advert was signed by the permanent secretary.
But not Solicitor General.
It was signed by the permanent secretary. The advice from the Ministry of Justice was to the Ministry of Transport. The advice from the Ministry of Justice was to the Ministry of Transport on VIO operations. The Ministry of Transportation in Rivers State released an advert, put it on radio, signed by the permanent secretary. I'm not saying what somebody told me. I played it here.
Go ahead.
I talked about it here. That what they are doing there is valid.
That advert did not cite that it was not premised on the so-called legal advice.
My question is, I've even said it here. They say I should go to court. I said no, I will not go to court. Rivers State government can arrest me for VIO. If Rivers State government takes me to court, they will provide for me a lawyer. So I'm not going to pursue a case against VIO. But I will continue to insist that what Rivers State government is doing by putting VIO men on the road with their white and black is illegal.
I doubt if the government actually is putting them on the road or they are putting themselves on the road.
How can they be? How can they be on the? How can they be on the road by themselves? And the Ministry of Transportation will put an advert on radio.
The Ministry of Transportation is headed by a permanent secretary now.
Is a permanent secretary not under the control of the Rivers State government? I'm confused.
Well, we are saying the same
but individuals put themselves on the road.
What we're saying is that, see, a permanent secretary, you had an advert, signed by a permanent secretary. Kelly, what we're saying, just like he said, everything is possible in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, Rivers State today. Why? Because with due respect, the people know that we don't have a government. So anybody sitting anywhere in his government office can do anything. The governor will not ask you. The House of Assembly is not there to function. So who will ask you?
I'm understandable.
Well, I've listened to my colleagues, very energetic contribution by them. And it's quite instructive, their points of view. They just go to make the point that we, on a large scale, they make the point that you can begin to you can expect the system to institutionalize illegality. In other words, the feudal system that is running Nigeria gets to the point, it grows to the point where it is bold enough to begin to institutionalize illegality as against even constitutional provisions. And what we are seeing in Rivers State is just the manifestation. I disagree that the problem is that of the governor, for the simple reason that this decadence started soon after Governor Peter Odili left office. And it started because power became increasingly personalized and monopolized. When you allow power to be monopolized by an incumbent strong man, surrounded by a group of bandits, political bandits called cronies, it translates over time into this consistent and incremental abuse of the Constitution and the right of the citizen. What is happening here is therefore a situation where, look, we're even saying, oh, the governor is not doing anything. By right, it shouldn't even be the governor's business. A system that is working, and that was what they set out deliberately to do, to collapse the capacity of the state to function.
Okay, I'd like to ask you. I'd like to ask a simple question, if it's possible.
You didn't let me land.
I'm sorry, but I just had to ask you this question.
Yep.
VIO wasn't on the roads.
Yep.
For some time.
Yep.
It wasn't on the roads.
Yep.
It was in my office when I was speaking to my colleague, Charles Baridam, in Rhythm.
Yeah.
I said, Baridam, confirm to me that the then commissioner was in your office and he said he was bringing back VIO on the roads. He said, yes, the commissioner said so. I said, he said that. Is he aware that there's a valid court judgment barring VIO from being on the road? He said, I didn't know, but I would pass it across to him. At that same point, I reached out to Commissioner for Information then, Joe Johnson.
Yeah.
I said, are you people aware that there's a valid court judgment? I shared copies of those judgments with Joe Johnson to share with his colleague in the cabinet.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They came back with a statement from the then Attorney General.
Yes.
To say the judgments of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal on VI operations do not apply in River States. They told me, I said it on air, they say it does not apply in River States.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Those are men serving in the office of the governor. They were in their office doing the operations there.
Yep.
A commissioner in Fubara's government said, bring them out. We need them out. We told them that there is a court order barring you from doing this thing. They said, no, it doesn't affect us in River State.
Yes.
Today, a serving local government commission chairman goes on the road in River State to go and tell VIO, get out of the road, arrest them. What you're doing is illegal. I don't understand. Who is setting the stage for the chaos?
You should understand that this system is built for chaos. It's growing increasingly. Every attempt made since 2023 has been to disconnect citizens of this state from legitimacy and legality.
So
the rights of citizens, the government you are talking about, the commissioners, the executive council, you and I know the origin of the executive council.
Joe Johnson was appointed by Fubara.
And other commissioners in court.
At that time, those commissioners were his people.
No. So you have his and not his.
No, I know what I'm saying now. If what you are going to is what it is, at that time, those commissioners were his people.
What I'm saying
that commissioner
is
did not return when the Supreme Court made their pronouncement. He did not return.
What I'm saying is that once you begin to have an executive council that is bifurcated.
Are you trying to say that there was an in-house enemy?
No, not enemies. The process of attrition within an organization sets people, in fact, alienates even the most competent.
It's true.
In many cases. We study organizations, right? You create attrition, internal attrition, which then gives you the consequences that could lead you to chaos if not well managed.
So Governor Fubara appointed the then Commissioner for Transport.
Yeah.
Who was a wicked person.
Yeah.
When the issue started.
I don't even know where he was.
Let me just finish now.
But leave labels.
I don't want to go to the broad issues. I want to stay with the issues in front of us.
Yes, leave labels.
In appreciating whether we can address it or the government is just insincere, right? When the fight started, he did not resign like others did. He pledged loyalty to Fubara. He started working with Fubara. He by himself as commissioner decided we need to bring back VIO. We raised the alarm to say there is a court order. The Attorney General that was appointed by Fubara at the time, loyal to Fubara, advised to say, no, these people, they are valid to do their work. So, if there's anybody creating confusion, I'm confused, sir.
Kelly.
Who is creating the confusion in a government that Fubara managed by himself?
We, the people, should understand that the process we have in River State is evidence of incapacitation of legal and legitimate governance.
We have to go for the news update.
Therefore, Kelly, my last sentence on this. Therefore, Kelly, we the people, like you were saying on radio, and I've been a victim of this with Arochukwu. The other day, I had to call him to go and rescue my wife from the hands of VIO. We need to form citizenship organizations that will take this matter to court.
All right. News update. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu and President Paul Kagame have resolved to activate mechanisms to deepen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Rwanda. According to a statement by presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga, President Tinubu met with Kagame at the Uruwigro Presidential Villa upon his arrival in Kigali, Rwanda for the Africa CEO Forum. Both leaders emphasized the importance of reviving the Joint Permanent Ministerial Commission originally signed by both countries in 2021 as a vital platform for advancing their shared objectives. They further agreed that Nigeria should host the next meeting of the commission. While reviewing consular matters, President Tinubu stated that Nigeria would seriously consider reciprocating Rwanda's 30-day visa-free policy for Nigerians in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has said the group rejected requests by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to increase its 7.25% stake in the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Dangote said this in an interview with the chief executive officer of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, Nikolai Tegin. This came as findings by newsmen show that petrol supply from the $20 billion Lekki-based refinery rose to 3.18 billion liters in the first quarter of 2026, while imports fell sharply to 965.52 million liters. According to Dangote, during the interview, the NNPCL's offer to increase its stake in the refinery was rejected because the company was planning to go public and gave other Nigerians the opportunity to own shares in the plant. Pioneer spokesman and member of the Board of Trustee, Pan-Nigeria Delta Forum, His Royal Highness Anap Saraigbe, has accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, of political influence over successive administrations in Rivers State. Saraigbe, in a live program monitored from Port Harcourt, claimed that Governor Siminalayi Fubara has remained loyal and restrained despite pressure, obeying, and has done so much in protecting the interests of Wike. Saraigbe, while referencing past investigations and political controversies, alleged that the scrutiny by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Fubara was linked to Wike's political activities, demanding that Wike told Nigerians what the EFCC were looking for, why the EFCC were looking for Fubara. Saraigbe, who is also one of the leaders in Rivers Elders and Leadership Forum, made remarks about Wike's career progression and questioned the sources of his wealth, suggesting discrepancies between public service earnings and personal assets. He alleged that Wike has amassed so much wealth even when he never worked anywhere. On the foreign scene, the body of the second two United States soldiers reported missing during an international training exercise in Morocco has been recovered. According to the U.S. Army, the pair disappeared near a cliff on the Atlantic coast while taking part in the African Lion 2026 military exercises. The remains of the two service members, including 19-year-old specialist Mariwa Collington, whose body was found in a coastal cave on Tuesday, were transferred to a Moroccan military hospital and then loaded onto a U.S. Air Force C-130 plane for repatriation. The two bodies are en route to the United States. A massive week-long land, air and sea search was launched by the United States military, Moroccan and Allied forces in the Cape Dra training area after the service members went missing last Saturday. That's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, let's continue. Let me introduce Dr. Innocent Eku. He's a legal practitioner. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Amobu, are you done with what you were saying about?
Well, you imposed the news like a VIO over my contribution. So you arrested my thoughts.
Okay. So you don't mind if we continue, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Dr. Eku, it's okay for a local government chairman to do what he has done, eh? Citizens, it won't be okay for citizens to be rascally, because if we decided we see VI on the road, we chase them from the road. If a local government chairman can do it with police now, it's okay for us to do it now. We chase them from the road. Let the chaos descend on all of us.
We are moving gradually into that phase.
First of all, it is important for Nigerians to understand what the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has provided about compliance with court judgment, decisions, and orders. Whether it can be fragmentally rejected by some section of the country while it is being obeyed by another section of the country. This is very clear and expressly provided in Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I will read it. Section 287 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended provides that judgments, decisions, and orders of superior courts, including the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the Federal High Court, and the High Courts of States and the FCT, must be enforced by all authorities, persons, and subordinate courts across the Federation. This provision ensures the rule of law and prevents court decision from being merely academic and making enforcement binding on both private individuals and government. Therefore, it is necessary for me to make it clear here that if there was any legal advice or legal opinion from the Ministry of Justice of Rivers State advising the Rivers State government or the Ministry of Transport that the very judgment that declared that VIO have no constitutional power to be on the road, to intercept motorists,
to impound vehicles,
an impound vehicle,
for an inspection agency.
Yes, such legal opinion by the Ministry of Justice, if indeed it exists, is very wrong in law, very incongruent to Section 287 of the Constitution, and it was a very wrong advice, illegal, unconstitutional, and it is null and void. The Ministry of Justice must disregard such advice on the authority of Section 287 of the Constitution of Nigeria as amended. Now, having said that, it is therefore clear that the VIO who have entered the road in Rivers State to be harassing motorists are committing illegal acts, unconstitutional acts, and they are acting in breach of clear provisions of the Constitution. We know that the drive for internally generated revenue is behind the scheme, but that act is illegal. To the extent that it is illegal, citizens have right to rebuff, to resist, because it is an illegality. An illegality is an illegality under any guise and by any form. It is an illegality. So if a local government chairman who is abreast with that judgment and court order, arming himself with it, tells VIO, please go away from the road. You are illegal. You can't do what you are doing. He's right. He has not committed any offense. He's only asserting his rights as have been ordered by the court. But the next point that is most critical, shameful, and embarrassing, that it goes to show that the Rivers State government is actually not coordinated. And you can see the fact that they have no attorney general all this while who will coordinate the legal issues concerning the government. That absence have made the government very porous. And that is the reason for this kind of advice. Because this advice, even a junior lawyer that is 3 years at the bar would not put his signature in such an advice.
Okay, have you heard Lagos State government position on VIO?
Yes, Lagos government position is that it will not apply to them.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the same thing they are saying here.
Yes, but that is wrong in law. That is wrong in law. Because it is important to note that the kind of leadership a nation has breed the character of the society. Because the society behaves like its leader. If a leader is very repulsive to law, very disobedient to court judgment, officials of the government will continue to be acting that way, and citizens close to them will continue to be acting that way.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because issue of law.
Let me allow.
Sorry, Chief, I agree with you, but there are minor amendments that are crucial, in which case they are no longer minor. A society does not behave like its leaders. It's only societies that are enslaved that tends to behave like their leaders.
And Nigeria is significantly enslaved.
Yeah, societies tend to respond either positively or negatively, in which case a resistance is triggered. We see that, for instance, in the United States of America. With Donald Trump's administration, the resistance has become inevitable and is growing by the day.
Exactly.
People are now saying, you can't run this country like that. We are not who you want us to be. So a society can resist where the leadership of the country becomes anti-people or committed to a new culture of illegality. And we are beginning to see it happen. The consequence of that kind of behavior, represented by abuse of institutional legitimacy and obedience to law and order, is that you trigger self-help among citizens.
All right.
And you have citizen groups that today there are more than 1,000 citizen groups in America filing one law, one action in court or the other to protect even the so-called illegal immigrants, in resistance to the actions of
the Trump administration.
Yes, the Trump administration.
Mr. Williams, you want to answer?
You know what I just wanted to add concerning the resistance of the Lagos State government that they will not obey. You know, VIO is a creation of the state. And how a state couch the creation of that agency matter. For instance, Lagos State we have not seen the law establishing VIO in Lagos State. For them to say we will not, it could be that the couching and the creation of VIO in Lagos is in tandem with what the Constitution provides.
Exactly.
If that is it, then they are home and dry to continue with the law they have.
Okay. Mr. Edukwe, you haven't said anything about this. Let me not forget.
Well, I think what I will say is
VIO curious.
is that when a court has come out, as much as when we were starting from when we were infants, we were told always to obey orders of courts until you are seriously maybe injured by that particular order, you appeal it. But you certainly must show respect by being obedient to that court order. Now, a court has, you said in Abuja, in Delta, made pronouncement on that their presence on the road are illegal and all the activities they are doing. Then, on what ground will Rivers State allow such? That's what I'm asking. Because even if VIO decides, the official decide to come out on the road and stay, maybe because of stomach infrastructure, why is it, will government say that he's not aware of this? If he's aware of this development and he's keeping quiet, is it Emmanuel Dukwe that should be blamed? And the government of Rivers State is headed by a governor. And so the blame should start from the head of the governor down to all the officials. If there is the least official there, all of them are carrying the car.
Okay.
Citizen groups should go to court and challenge this.
I need us to move on. I was going to allow Amon Pusanabo react to two other things, but we have to do one so that we can meet Dr. Eku on one, and then we'll look at the final issue before we open the phone lines. Governor Fubara insists he's still a member of the APC. I'm only curious to the fact that nobody nudged him to answer that question. He decided to respond to it by himself.
Yeah, because some of us have noticed the flooding of the internet media with all kinds of opinions about his status and for the interest of APC or so we were led to believe. So Governor Fubara found that it became necessary for him to be heard on the issue, and he made a statement of self-declaration as to where he stands, and that should put it to the question of whether or not he was cleared, whether or not he was still a member, whether or not he has moved to any other organization. I think beyond that, and I heard from Barrister Williams' response the frustration in many Rivers people who thought that sometime last year, when the split from October 2023, when the split between former Governor Wike, and present Governor Fubara became noticeable, that Governor Fubara should have made good, as Shakespeare said, to follow the tide in the affairs of men, which when taken could lead them to success or eternal failure. But the tide of affairs in Nigerian politics is different, because the political system, I keep saying, is a subsystem of a feudal system that runs the entire landscape. That feudal system does not allow for consistency. It does not allow for principles, because it is itself unprincipled. It has no code of conduct. It has none of the parties or even government at the federal level down to states have codes of conduct guiding the behavior of their officers from the top to the bottom. So a Governor Fubara, who had not been the product of the political culture of the feudal system, he had not been a party man, he had not been a politician, came in and became governor of the state, has had himself wrestling with the challenge of with the challenges posed by the system. Okay. And he chose to approach those challenges through a philosophy of peacefulness. So when he told his followers that they should calm down, they should disband and all that, he was hoping that his own strategy for dealing with it will produce the results that will benefit the state.
Okay.
So what he's doing now continues to be an exemplification of his faith in that philosophy that peace and honesty and indeed, decorum can be restored to the process of governance.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the feudal system, is a crude system, it's an unreliable system, it's a system that can only lead to chaos.
All right.
Because by its own internal logic, it seeks to dominate, to monopolize, and to appropriate into the hands of one man and his small committee of bandits, political bandits, what belongs to all of us.
Okay.
So you cannot expect that process to be peaceful. Let us see whether this is a case of, there is a case like that in history where one priest was said to have confronted a leopard or something and a wild cat, and he didn't go after the wild cat with a club or machete or anything, say brother tiger or something like that, and the animal surrendered to this approach. Let's see if the philosophy of peace, decorum, and decency which Governor Fubara represents can overcome the crudity and sheer
ruggedity.
It's not just rugged. It is primitivity, crude primitivity. In fact, jungle character of the feudal system in Nigeria.
Okay, I guess it was the same character that they used to make him governor.
Well, all the candidates,
Dr.
that point has been mentioned again and again. But the system ensured that every other candidate that came into the race followed the same process.
Okay.
You've not shown me one who was not single-handedly picked, appointed, and installed by, and attempted to be installed by a godfather. So Governor Fubara's process was not different. No, it was not.
Dr. Eko.
People should stop making reference to that.
Well, it's the same process that brought him, as crude, as primitive, and as
yeah, but it doesn't stop you from attempting to change it.
And as satanic as it were. That's how he became governor.
But he was making an attempt to change it.
There were polling units where people were flogged.
He's still making an attempt to change it. By the way, the name of the man was Francis of Assisi.
Okay.
Who was
Dr. Eko
said to have.
I still remain a member of the APC. Governor Fubara insists, without anybody asking him.
Yes, you will see that a high magnitude of treachery was played on Governor Sim Fubara by both the President of the Federal Republic, the National Working Committee of the APC, and the Screening Committee of the aspirants. Because by the rule that operated in all the other states of the Federation is that the governor of the state will lead the process of recommending the candidates. After they made that promise to Sim relaxed and thought that he had won the day. But at the exact time he had fielded and given forms are returned his screening, all his candidates were disqualified. All, not even one, was left.
Not cleared.
They were not cleared. That's what I mean.
Not cleared.
Yes, they were not cleared. That means not cleared means you are disqualified from contesting under their platform.
Yes.
That is what it means.
Okay.
Now, initially they said that the list was not the genuine one. But after the appeal panel met, the appeal panel upheld exactly that same list that was being denied. They cannot do worse to Sim Fubara. And from what Amo Pusanibo has said, there is nothing to expect anymore. Nothing to expect anymore. We have reached the edge. Because if they didn't clear Sim to be on the ballot for them, and they didn't clear any of his recommended allies, that is the end of the game.
But we've not reached there now.
We have reached there.
We have passed there, sir.
We have even passed there.
No, I mean,
the primaries are beginning. Is it not today?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
But the governorship primary is the 23rd of
No,
May.
what I mean is that
23rd of May.
Yes.
What is the difference?
Yes. Can you clear Governor Fubara now and disqualify all his House of Assembly members?
No.
Yeah,
Are we not back to square one?
No. Yes, that's what they want. That's what they want to create.
So what the point I'm making is that Fubara have suffered it all. The shame, the disgrace, the political betterment, he has seen it all. He should now think about
what to do
his
with his
survival.
So is his insistence on being in the APC a means of survival?
Yeah, no, now,
of course,
now let me let you know that there is what we call
Messing
political talk and there is what we call reality. You see, in politics, I can tell you something, but that is not the fact behind the scene. We have seen it happen many times. So let us just wait until about early next week. The truth will be all out.
Okay.
The truth will be all out. I have an information, but I won't divulge it now.
That he has jumped ship?
No, I won't divulge it now
because we leave the studio, you tell me.
Because I'm right. I'm right in the caucus. So I won't divulge it now. But the other problem is that Rivers people, this is the last chance for them to remedy their future.
Exactly.
All right.
Because you see, they have brought an Ikwere candidate after 16 years.
There's also a Calabari candidate.
Yes. But they are not featured. They are not featured.
Well, I don't know if you've been. There's also a Calabari candidate.
The footnet.
After the primary, one will emerge.
I'm speaking for now. You said they have brought now.
Yes.
So it's not only one Ikwere. There's also a Calabari
the
candidate.
fact that
It's chance now.
the
The
fact that Wike fielded an Ikwere candidate is not fair. Because
Who fielded
we have been
who
in
fielded the
charge.
Calabari candidate?
We have been in charge. That is we, the upland.
Dr. Eko, who fielded the Calabari candidate?
The same person.
No, what I mean is that he brought two candidates.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that
One
he
will
should
be
have
deputy.
brought all from the riverine.
No, Riverine cannot produce governor and deputy.
That's what I mean.
So by his permutation, it will be that one is a deputy already. One is a governor.
There is something we are missing, Dr. Eko.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. There is something we are missing. The larger picture is that in the feudal system, the strong man becomes bigger than the rest.
Exactly.
Bigger than the state itself.
Yes, exactly.
So that's where we've reached now, that one man can say, this is my own. This is my state. What I want is what will happen.
Okay.
That's where we have reached. Where the dignity of the citizens, their right to choose even who will govern them, and the compliance with agreement of rotation and recognition of the ethnic complexity that forms the state. The quality of ethnic groups that form the state is rubbished. One man can get up and just...
So the point of conclusion I wanted to make is that this is the time for every reasonable Rivers man and woman to stand up this election to show that Rivers people choose their leaders, not a leader imposed on us. You see, Nweke is my very close friend. We have been friends for 30 years. I go to their house, we relate, we interact. Very intimate. We greet by hugging, not shaking a hand. Each time I go to government house, he hugs me. That is how close we are. Now, the point is, our difference is on ideology and behavioral pattern, style, modus operandi. Now, but the point I'm making is that you see, we are a state. We should not be conquered by one man's tenacity for his personal interests. Rivers people should now wake up and say, of all this that will be in the ballot, this is who we want.
All right. So I can move on. Whatever push I have to say anything remains with me. I'm not responding to it.
Are you also a member of the caucus?
It's not a member of the caucus. When people say Rivers people,
Don't forget, when we do
ethnicity,
this studio, you
ethnicity, tribe, and none of those things, I just laugh. A man doesn't just wake up and become a lord.
Exactly.
It takes a process.
The people are complicit.
It takes a process. It takes time.
Kelly says,
and in that process,
if you go through that trajectory now, I'll be angry.
And in that process, and in the process,
brought
people
themselves to where we are.
Please say it again.
It's an incremental system.
So I want
the
to move
system
on.
Builds,
respectfully, I'm up but I like
the system builds itself.
I like to just move on, because at the time you collected that contract, you forgot that you were selling yourself away.
No.
The time you chose to take that appointment,
a contract is your right, Kelly.
You didn't think
From your
that you didn't think that there was a future that you had tied to it.
When something is going wrong,
today it is,
you are applauding the person.
Today it is where it is.
It's like this.
All through history, Kelly.
We can have confident narrative.
That is how it has always happened. In Hitler Germany, do you understand? People later realized they have made their mistakes at the height of the ruins of the Second World War. They call themselves back. All through history, individuals make their mistakes, and they call themselves back. And this is what he's trying to say. This is the time for the qualified.
The people you are fighting for. The people you are fighting for. For instance, I'm an Igwe man. Igwe have been governor for 16 years. That is the problem some of us have. No. So that my children will not in the next 10, 20 years come to take the punishment of what I did.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, you that we are fighting for, are you ready to fight for yourself? You can't cry more than the bereaved.
Let me plead again so we can go to a final issue. There's a video in circulation on social media. I'm actually speaking of his investment in the power sector in River State.
Sure.
And how talked about that he's been able to get over, I think, 200 megawatts of power generated, 200 to 400 megawatts of power generated. But this biggest
100.
It's megawatts, 200 megawatts. No, you can't say 200,000 megawatts. Okay. I think about 200 megawatts or so of power generated in River State, between 200 and 400. But the hindrance, what stopped them from distributing was the structure that existed then.
Yes.
I will call it structure. But he said it was because Jonathan did not give approval, even after Jonathan had promised that he was going to give approval.
Yes.
So my question is, I don't want to get into the details of it, but I want to, because some of you are very elders. So, is it possible Jonathan declined approval because there was no structure by law to allow River State to generate, transmit, and distribute? Or is it that maybe at the time Jonathan just had some kind of animosity towards Amechi? Dr. Eko?
It was not animosity. The legal framework,
yes,
the constitutional legal framework then left energy
at the center,
at the exclusive list, meaning that federal government has the exclusive right. Whatever you produce must go to the national grid.
Exactly.
Under the constitutional provision of exclusivity of energy control, generation, and what have you. So they asked them that all those should go
to the grid.
But right now, the constitution has been amended, putting that energy in concurrent list, meaning that federal government can
legislate,
produce,
states can do the same,
and states too can produce, own, generate.
Individuals can too.
But before we came to this development, the one of River State had been sold.
So we'll get there. But so you're saying it's not like, for you, it's not like Jonathan.
No.
It was a case of law.
Yes.
So Jonathan couldn't have done it by magnanimity.
By fiat. No, it's not by fiat, because it was constitutional provision. It was in the exclusive list.
Okay, I'm understandable.
I was also going to add that, look, the reason why states have representatives at the center is to pursue those interests that are paramount to them, to their people. There was no evidence that former Governor Amechi mobilized the core of River State representatives and in the National Assembly to lobby and fight for legitimization of River State power sector, right? We had options. We have options even till now to use gas turbines to power the entire state. And that's what Bayelsa is doing now.
Is it working yet?
Well, they're in the process. But I can tell you, business concerns in Nigeria, despite the provisions of the Constitution, have been allowed to generate power from gas turbines. All the mega petroleum sector, petroleum industry establishments are allowed to utilize natural gas, right? Element Petrochemicals, Port Harcourt Refining Company, National Fertilizer Company of Nigeria, and these have major gas turbines that could power all of River State times 2. I know so for sure because the capacity of the 2 gas turbines established by the National Fertilizer Company of Nigeria between 1986 and 1988, at the commissioning stage of the plant, it was stated by the federal government that those 2 plants could easily power the entire state if necessary. One of them could power the entire state if necessary.
Okay.
So it is the failure of the political class from 1999 to put the interest of the people of River State as number 1 priority that made us remain unconnected, unenergized, and totally outside of the industrialization framework of Nigeria.
So if for you as well, it's not that Jonathan just decided not to.
No, it was the blindness of Governor Mechi's policy direction at the time.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
Yes. In as much as I will agree that it was purely a constitutional issue, I would not agree that it was Governor Mechi's blindness. Now, Governor Mechi, as he then was, did what he thought was good
at the time.
But while doing that, there was a stumbling block, which is the powers of the federal government, as it were, on energy issues. Now, it's not as if as River State government did produce, I think, 200 or 200
200 to 400 or so.
Yeah, we did about 400.
Yes,
400,
there was
right?
no way, like my colleague said here, my senior colleague said here, there was no way the government of River State at the time would have sponsored a bill. This is something that was the exclusive reserve of the federal government. We sponsor a bill because we have produced about 400 megawatts. No. And again, let's not forget, and most regrettably too, that everything from 1999 that has happened in River State has taken political dimension. Everything that is supposed to be called development, is that with Governor Dele?
Precisely.
The issue of gas turbine.
Yes.
It is still our people. You know, it's unfortunate that we believe in River State that if somebody is piloting a system, if that thing works, the credit will go to that person. Not minding that this is what will benefit all of us in the state. So it is this idea of pull him down. So we know what happened towards about 2-3 years to the end of Amechi's administration. All that culminated to political, that even started. That was the beginning of the problem of River State today.
No, but Amechi in the clip that is viral, right, clearly said it that at the time when Jonathan declined approval, they were not fighting.
That's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing. He was, what is it? The River State government headed by Amechi at that time was not fighting with the presidency headed by Jonathan. As at the time this proposal of Amechi expected that Jonathan would have signed it.
But again, the issue of constitution came in. It was the exclusive list. There was no way Jonathan would have said, "Oh, let me circumvent the law and approve for Rivers State and other states like that." But the point I'm making generally is that shaped, unfortunately.
Can I ask a question?
Let him just finish.
That shaped the problem that Rivers State is having today.
Okay, what's your question?
My question is this, Barrister Williams.
Yes, sir.
At the time, Governor Dele's administration set out on this journey of gas turbine, yes, generating power to feed into. Then Speaker of the House of Assembly was
Amechi.
Chief Amechi, our own brother and son. He was part of the thinking behind River State investment in power generation. What was their long-term view? Because if you're going into I was in Shell at the time, in Shell management, and I was there to represent Shell at the commissioning of the first gas turbine, right? So we knew where this thing was going. We knew that the state government needed a power generation policy, power generation and distribution policy to make such power beneficial to the River State economy. I remember the prayer said by the then what's his name, Numbere, our late brother, Pastor Numbere, at the commissioning of the gas turbine in Transamadi. I represented Shell. And the government of River State, for the program, asked Pastor Numbere to pray. He prayed. He said, in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." So the general understanding was that this will lead River State to have more power. But what was the policy content?
Okay. Is that a question that Mr. Williams can answer?
Yes, it brings us back to the basis. Policy content of River State cannot change the constitution of Nigeria as it then was.
But the strategy, like Amapu Sadaba was saying, if you could mobilize river stakeholders to drum it at the national for perhaps a constitutional review, liberalizing the power sector so that states could now begin to invest in it.
Kelly.
If there's look at it today now, maybe if that was a policy thing, and you know that it will take a long time, the results will be here for us to all benefit today.
We'll be harvesting it now.
I would have also asked very quickly, the people that came for that commissioning, thank God, our senior here represented Shell.
Yes.
Shell never asked this question. River State government. No, I'm coming, sir.
It's not for Shell to ask.
No, wait. Because Shell came. What did they come to do?
We own the gas fields.
That's what I'm saying.
And the River State government brought a mandate from the federal government to harvest gas.
So they got approval from the federal government.
But the desire to transform that approval into benefits for River State citizens. That's the point I'm making. Every government that came went to serve self.
So it clearly means
self-interest predominated.
He even got some federal government backing.
Of course.
If not, they wouldn't have had access to the gas fields.
President Obasanjo
So if the federal government at the time gave their consent,
an approval for gas,
for which River State government decided to do what
invest big money.
You understand?
We were the first.
So how then now? Is it that the federal government that gave that approval was not aware that they have the exclusivity of issues of power?
Is it also possible that the federal government, without making defense for anybody, right? This is a good thing. Let us support it. Perhaps the first plan will be whatever you generate, send it to the grid. It can add to the overall energy for the nation, while we continue to work out the modalities on how we can decentralize power. Could it have also
negotiations like that?
You see, that is an assumption. And tell you, in Nigeria, that a state. It's like we're talking of
what this thing that gave back right to this wearing of hat? Resource control. How do you think that kind of agreement will be made? River State generate, send to the national grid. Let's be sharing. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Let me tell you people the root of the problem. I always say it as a scholar and an international lawyer, an author. I always like to
a politician.
tell people,
You didn't add that one.
A politician. I always want to tell people where the problem, because I am solution oriented.
Yes.
I look at the past and look at today, and I design the future. That is how I operate. Now, the problem with River State is that River State has no developmental plan.
Precisely, sir.
You see, it is a development plan that directs and drives the regimes. When you come in, you see where previous regimes stopped. In agriculture, in energy, in road infrastructure, in education. You begin from where they stop. Make your own innovation within your 4 years and build in the progress plan. And you can measure short term, medium term, long term. That is what is missing in River State. They have never gotten it right.
That is if you have the interest of the state
Yes,
as priority.
but what they do is that each person that come create his kingdom, bring his short plan, begin to do scatter, not symmetrical projection from point 1 to point 2.
Because it is a strong man philosophy.
And it is because they do not have the capacity, the orientation, the training, the competence, the skill, the productivity to put plan to paper and execute.
And the likes.
Look at it this way, Kelly. If you study Nigeria, generally, Nigeria is designed to fail.
That is true.
Nigeria was designed to fail.
By who?
First of all, from even the British who founded the country. Because the British never came to found their country, they came to find a business empire. And for them to sustain their business, they have to put structures of administration. And Nigeria has continued to be a business empire. He said River State doesn't have a development plan. No state has a development. In fact, River State is even the one who has more development plan than all the states.
How about Lagos?
What is their development plan?
That one started with the man they say.
If you say River State doesn't have, what will you say of Ebonyi State? What is Ebonyi State development plan? I've never even heard of. In fact, if I go through the records, I will even see plans made of by successive rivers administration in the 70s and 80s in a place like Abia and Ebonyi, integral parts of Nigeria. Nobody has used the word development plan in that place. Nobody has ever said the word development there. Talk less of adding plan to it.
Okay, so let's come back to what you think.
So what I'm trying to
do you agree that do you think it was Jonathan?
No.
It?
So coming down to what I'm saying is that first of all, the policies of government, both at the federal and the state level, is incoherent, and it's not sustainable, and it is not practicable. For instance, a government such as Nigeria that has been talking about energy and policy, energy for industrialization should have decentralized things like energy generation long ago in our constitution and some other relevant documents. Can you imagine? It was, I think, after 2007 coming down that the National Assembly made that law that enables state to generate electricity. Even at that, the structures for a state to generate and distribute now, I don't think even the structures are in existence. Because the structure means that you have to find your own distribution pathway or a way of distributing with the structures of the federal government online currently, and you can now talk about reward sharing or interest or whatever. So you find out that the law was not even there in the first instance, and in fact, starting that program.
So the law wasn't there.
It wasn't there, and starting even that program by Odley and Amechi government without thinking through the law as to where it will be sustainable was even wrong of them. Because if you generate electricity and put it in the national grid, it will be managed the same way the one the federal government is generating. Will you use River State money and be empowering the nation?
Okay,
who does that?
So, lastly, could that be the reason why Amechi sold them off?
Okay.
Being that he felt all of this
it was useless,
so he decided to sell them off.
Yes,
could that be the reason?
The productive impact and benefits could not come to Rivers people. It was to serve all Nigerians from the common pool. But one would not know the motive of government.
At the exacts.
Yes, why they sold it. Whether they now sold it to recoup capital for other things. So one cannot say, I do not want to preempt government decision. I do not know why they sold it.
Okay.
But there has been dispute as to some of the money were diverted. Some
we're not even going there. I don't want to even go there. But because if he's saying all of these things, he sounds like he was frustrated by the federal government.
I would not agree to frustration. I won't agree to frustration because federal government was magnanimous, gave them mandates for gas.
I'm going by what Amechi said in the viral
that's what I'm
clip.
saying. I won't agree with Amechi on that because there are evidence that the federal government was magnanimous by giving them mandates for gas, but want all the resource to come for national benefit.
National grid.
Amabu, do you think that he was frustrated, hence his decision to sell the assets off?
I don't know if he was frustrated. I am doing systemic analysis, and I think he was a second stage in the growth of the feudal system which was running Nigeria as far as Rivers State was concerned. By the time Governor Didi left, the feudal system was just in its nursery stage. Governor Amechi's tenure saw to the one-man syndrome, the strongman syndrome, becoming really, really masculine and dominant in the state. That was when the people of this state, young boys and girls, would talk about a ninja governor, right? Who could do and undo. With one stroke of the pen, no procedure followed. Legislators were in their bathroom and will call the House of Assembly, as I heard, and say, did the governor send anything? If you sent anything, please mark me yes, that I support the bill. I asked one of the legislators, I was with him when he was making such a call. I said, but do you know what the bill contains? He said, whatever it contains, the rule is that you support whatever the governor wants done. It's ninja governorship regime. So at that point, frustration could mean that your personal vision, your personal drive, your interest was not represented by the policy direction and you wanted to change it. As Dr. Eku said, I worked in this state for a consultancy called Specialist Consult, a Norwegian, Swedish combined consultancy in 1972-73 under the military, the first military government, when they did a development plan for Rivers State. In that development plan, the Omagua Airport was included, the airport hotel, the ring roads that are supposed to make travel easy, industrial estates and everything under the Tespiff's administration. Those things were provided for in the development plan. One of the anchors, the Nigerian consultant, who was one of the anchors of that development blueprint, was late Professor Gionwo, who became secretary to government under Governor Okilo, Melford Okilo. I was publicity and media and programs committee chairman when Rivers State celebrated our silver jubilee in 1992.
That's 25 years.
Yes, the first 25 years. And I brought former governors of Rivers State to radio station to ask them how we got to where we were. One of the questions I asked that got an answer was the development plan left behind by Governor Dietes Piff. I asked, did you see it? Did you see it? It was then it became clear that the what is it called now? The land reclamation and the dredging of the waterways to make the journey from Port Harcourt to Brass shorter. Before it used to take 3-4 days to go. That, yes, all those things were in the document, the development plan. The ring road that was supposed to traverse the state and pull in first ring road, second inner ring road, and all that. They saw that document. It was the politicians who came and threw those things aside. They didn't want to deal with it. So yes, Dr. Eko is right. From 1999, the drive became me, and it has been growing into the monster that we have today.
So since Amaechi could not get what he wanted, he sold off the assets?
Of course. The governor's opinion was the law.
Mr. Bona.
Even when he was wrong, it was the law.
Well,
because perhaps today we'll be benefiting from it.
It depended on what the governor of the time wanted from that law, from that policy. If he did not see himself benefiting as central, in many cases, it went to the dogs. Look at what happened to the Integrated Cultural Center that served the interest of the lower class in Dube and town as a major center for interaction and social activities.
Yeah.
In one day, a governor said, push it down. It was pushed down. That is not, to my mind, what policy formulation and management is about.
Mr. Bona.
Well, I want you to understand how we run governments, and that is why currently I'm doing studies on African politics.
You won't come out in time.
How to do studies on African politics, because this is how our government runs. For instance, a local government chairman, do you understand, can actually reduce the money of the local government into dollars and put it in his pocket and spend it from there. That is policy. That's program. Now, the governors ran the state like a mini business empire, not just in Rivers State, it was like that everywhere. So, and what happens in Africa, not just Rivers State, is the leader first. His friends, family, and whatever second, then the entire political community may come if they wish. Anything can get to them. So if the governor discovers that, look, this thing is of no interest to me, it is of no interest, just as I told you, telling him to transmit that into the grid, then it will be, he has no control. So he sold it off. And of course, in selling it off, there have been a lot of cases made, even by his political opponents and friends, that they did do to the person they sold it was one of his cronies, and that they made a lot of profit out of it, and the profit could not be accounted for. So these things are all in public space. So if he sold it, he just did it the way it is being done here. Whether it is legal or illegal is a different question altogether, but this is the way we do it.
All right.
I wanted to point out a key problem. I always speak to advise. You see, government under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was not designed to be a one-man game.
Exactly.
It was designed to be a collegiate team, so that there will be sundry ideas put on the table, filtered, and next bring out the best for an impact in the society. That is why the law provides for governor, commissioners, president, ministers, local government chairman, supervisory councillors or councillor, and they operate as a team. That is why every week there must be National Executive Council meeting where they brainstorm and come out with a decision. All of them are to serve as advisors to the president. The president hears them. They are supposed to be experts, and then they advise, they put on them, they harness, check impact, check result, and then they glean a decision. That is how government is designed, to be a safeguard for quality performance. But today, our governor run one-man show, our local government chairman run one-man show, and that is why we are not doing well.
Mr. Williams.
You know, in government, the only time you hear continuity is when a government have stayed for 4 years and once another 4 years, you hear continuity. Nigerian politicians, whether in Rivers State or in Abuja, there is no continuity, except you want to continue in government. But the moment another person is coming in after you, there is no continuity. You know, don't forget, we all agreed that government is not the best manager of anything business. Government is not a good businessman. Even from the federal, remember the era of Bureau of Public Enterprises, when things like Nitel and all that were all sold. They were sold. So it didn't just start in Rivers State. That's not to say that it was good. But Rivers State, at a time, made effort. Perhaps their lack of projection that, look, this thing in the next 20 years, 30 years, as guess maybe Rivers State might benefit. They were in a hurry. And now, if you have an investment that is moribund, you have spent billions, and it's money. What is the reason? Even when you know whether you're a governor or you're a president, you know that even if you don't say this thing, because there is no continuity in government, the moment you hand over, even if you don't sell it, the other person will come
and sell it.
Heaven will not fall. So the point here is, yes, Amechi sold this property at the time. We don't know whether the money realized from it was accounted for or not. We don't know. But the thing is that it was sold because it wasn't serving any purpose to the Rivers people at the time.
All right.
And keeping it there, in fact, if it was sold at when it was sold 1 million naira, keeping it there, the moment the next government enter, it will be sold for 1 naira. A typical example, let me tell you, see the Rivers State property, former NDDC house on Aba Road. Former NDDC house. That property belongs to Rivers State government.
Does it belong to Rivers State government?
Yes. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
NDDC house on Aba Road. What is the name of this? The Abebriye's house. Let me tell you what happened. The moment NDDC moved, that is supposed to be Rivers State house. Somebody bought it. In fact, it was alleged that Rivers State government have sold it. Sold it to who? For how much?
Okay.
That is the country, where is the state where?
We'll take a short break, but Mr. Anduko was not here when I introduced this. I don't know if you want to speak on it.
Because I don't know where I'm starting.
So we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. We get friendship, careers, love, and family while confronting dark secrets from their past. It follows three close friends, Simi, Boo, and Ronke, played by Adedayo, Jumbo, and Wokoma, respectively, whose bond is tested by the arrival of Isobel, portrayed by Deborah Oyorinde. Producers describe the drama as an exploration of betrayal, buried truth, and the consequences of long-hidden secrets. The project marks one of Naji's most significant on-screen roles in years. The actress and filmmaker last drew international attention with her 2018 directorial debut, Lionheart, which premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival and became the first Nigerian film acquired by Netflix in 2019. She has since maintained a relatively low public profile, heightening anticipation for her return. Wahala, which translates to trouble in Nigerian Pidgin, is produced by Firebird Pictures, the BBC Studios company. Filming is currently underway. I don't know if this is a comeback, like the actual comeback that a lot of people are expecting from Genevieve Naji.
Yes, I mean, it's such a beautiful thing to see that she's coming back, and it's not just any
Production.
story. Yeah, it's like BBC. But then again, it doesn't sound to me like it's a main character kind of thing, even though they say it follows 4 women.
Yeah,
but they emphasize on the 3 women role in the film. You understand? Where is the character? It's looking like it's going to be one of those not so main character, maybe one-sided kind of thing.
So I'm thinking that if it's an ensemble, because of the cooperation that comes with it, making those characters, you don't have a protagonist, like just one person. You have the story centered around these people. It could give her that
it could give her.
I mean, I was expecting something
does
like.
Genevieve need a prominent? Does she need any prominence? I mean,
It's
even
Genevieve we are talking about here,
yeah,
Queen.
Yeah. Does she? I mean, just an appearance.
No,
it's
she
prominent
doesn't.
enough.
No, that's the thing. Most times when we see Nigerian artists appearing on this BBC or something like that, Hollywood films, they always like maybe a one-off character.
Yeah.
We saw something with Omotala when she did her own, even Osas. There is always like, I need something that has to be like, this is Nigerian and we are seeing it's Nigerian, not like a Nigerian that is substituted for a British or something like that.
Yeah.
Like a real Nigerian woman acting a Nigerian character.
I really, Wereche Opia
you
is doing amazing, breaking
but
into
she's still acting
international
for
scenes.
the British characters. Not really. She's not playing the Nigerian character. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes. But I think it's going to take some time to break into that scene. Or maybe we haven't had that person with the guts. Remember Toke Makinwa saying she left she left podcasting and tried to get into Hollywood and ran back to Nigeria. So it's been a lot for some people. Maybe we should not even bother breaking into that scene, continue telling our stories and doing our thing here. I don't know if that's incorporating the global inclusion,
but I think it's very necessary also breaking, because that's how we can take our story to the global
to that point. All right, streaming platform Netflix has announced that the second season of the Nigerian crime thriller Blood Sisters, produced by Ebony Life Studios, will premiere globally on 5th of June, nearly 3 years after the series became one of the platform's most successful African originals. The announcement was made alongside a production review featuring the returning cast and crew behind the widely acclaimed series, which first debuted in 2022 and quickly became one of Netflix's Africa's most talked about originals. Created by Temidayo Makonujola for Ebony Life Studios, Blood Sisters blends suspense, family drama and crime thriller eliminates against the backdrop of Lagos elite society. The first season followed the story of best friend Sarah and Kemi, played by Ini Dima Okoji and Nancy Sime, whose lives spiraled into chaos after Sarah's abusive fiancé Kola Ademola mysteriously disappeared on the eve of their wedding. As secrets unraveled, the women found themselves fleeing powerful forces tied to the influential Ademola family while trying to survive betrayal, corruption and a relentless search. The series became notable for its dark themes around domestic violence, class privilege and female solidarity. I remember this is the film where what's his name?
Jenna.
The domestic abuser.
Okay.
Demi. Yeah, Demi said after the film he had to take some time away from family so he could get himself back. But then Blood Sisters too.
I have a problem with movies
Why?
taking long to come out, like part 2 or season 2 come, because it makes me have to go back and watch the first and follow the plot. I'm not somebody that just understand, okay, this is what the story is about. If I'm to see the film right now or the series, I have to watch the whole.
But we see that with a lot of Hollywood series. I mean,
that's why I don't
years.
watch it that time. Like I have to allow it. See 3, 4, 5 seasons to be out
you
first.
Forget story.
Yeah,
forget
because I need to keep up with that pace. But it's really nice to see Blood Sister coming out
too. I'm thinking what I thought that ended quite well. I can't remember, like you too. I can't remember how it dropped. But thinking that it's coming back again, and I'm wondering what this part 2 is.
Maybe there's a little plot hole spin-off or something.
All right, we'll see what happens. June 5, definitely be on Netflix, and then you can go enjoy every part of that. I came out of Wura Pora. Nollywood actor Lanre Adediwura has opened up about why he declined an offer to reprise his role in Wura, saying the popular series left him in financial difficulty. While speaking during a recent interview on TVC Entertainment, Adediwura said participating in the multi-choice production did not provide the financial rewards he had expected and also prevented him from taking on other acting opportunities. I came out of Wura and I was spending more than I made. I came out poorer. For 6 months after Wura, I could have practically gone to a neighbor for Gary. It was YouTube that got me the stability I needed, he said.
I mean, this is the problem when you go into acting thinking you're going to make money. You know, a lot of people think, oh, it's just when I get to one big role like this, I'm going to blow or I'm going to make a lot of money. But it shouldn't be that way. You should be more focused on the craft, like what you are doing. Let people see your work. It shouldn't be about the money. But then I understand again, how much are they even paying then?
You know, Bura was a popular series on Showmax, and even the lead cast, Scarlett Gomez, gained. The popularity that she gained from that series is just out of it. So maybe some other acts there also thought it was going to be the same thing
for him.
The same thing for them, but it's not. But acting is a journey. I mean, even climbing the ladder to wherever you want to be is a journey. So you have to stay true to it. And maybe you do a film, you expect that as you come out of it, you start getting roles, people start calling you here and there to do this. It's not always the same thing. Nigerian social media personality Linus Williams, also known as B-Lord, has shared details of his stay at the Kuje Correctional Center, describing parts of the facility as comfortable and organized. He made the remarks during a recent interview shared online, where he reviewed the VIP treatment he got while in the facility. Of the social media personality who recently had a clash with Martin Vincent Ote, widely called Very Dark Man, also compared the environment at the facility to special sections of National Youth Service Corps NYC orientation camp. According to him, there are special sections within the correctional center reserved for high-profile individuals. He claimed that the section where he stayed had several home appliances and other facilities. It was like I was on vacation. I sleep, wake up, and eat. I even had a chef, he stated. Bilod also compared his experience with that of Very Dark Man, alleging that his experience at the facility was different. According to Bilod, inmates at the correctional center welcomed him warmly during his stay. We played football and they organized games for me, he added.
Somebody will listen to this and be like, oh, I think prison is cool, you know? Well, it shouldn't be a motivation for you to do anything crazy, because I think it's because it's Bilod is Bilod. That's why he's getting all that VIP treatment.
Yeah.
If you go in as a nobody, you will suffer.
And the thing is, it's a correctional facility. I think there are other things, other aspects to it. It was changed from prisons to correctional facility because, of course, the Nigerian government understood that we wanted to correct and it's like rehabilitate to these people. So why punishing them and keeping them in a confined space? There are also a number of activities that they involve in there. I've been there. I've been to correctional centers and I see, there are terrible spaces. I mean, but there are also, some of them have, people even learn there, like go to school there, finish a degree while in correctional center. So it's the confinement, the fact that you would not come out to the outside world. That's the terrible part for it. But then someone like saying this and talking about VIP treatment also may go a long way to tell some people that there are people even outside the world, real world, and in correctional centers, status still speaks. It still matters. All right, but what are your thoughts about this? 070193399962. What's your thought about what B-Lord said? Although he did a crazy comparison with Very Dark Man, I think he's just trying to also call him out and shade him. But what are your thoughts about this? 070193399962. That's the number you can send a text or WhatsApp message to. It's Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. All right, stay with us. Shortly, we'll be talking to an artist in the studio about his music and journey, play you the song, and also some other conversation that would put in the line this morning. It's the Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us. Well, you just listened to a song titled One Day by Timothy Onyebuchi. Timothy, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Queen.
Yes.
I'm doing very well.
Yeah, that was solemn. It's being a solemn morning. So that was quite soothing. And so I'm talking about life and everything. It just sort of brings to mind again all we've been talking about, how important life is, and also how important it is to live it daily and stay happy. Is that what you try to preach in your music?
Exactly, Queen. Some people forget that life doesn't end in your bank account balance, and it doesn't end in your status in the society. When death comes, everyone lies flat like everyone else. So people shouldn't forget that. And killing someone else to clinch to power, killing someone to grab their money, it doesn't just make sense, because at the end of the day, the person will still leave all of them behind and still face the same death. So there's no presidential death.
Oh, that.
We can call state burial. Those things are just deceptions.
Yeah.
You can just gather this is state burial, but there is no presidential death.
Why do you do this kind of music? Why is this the kind of song that you do?
I just want to find a way to let people understand some things. And if I didn't just blow into quoting the gospel, quoting Bible verses around it, but I just had to bring those talks into it and then see this is what life is all about. And everyone can agree that one day life will humble everybody. Yeah, nobody can exempt it. Nobody can shy away from it.
Yeah. Do you think people still listen to this kind of songs? I mean, with the Nigerian environment, right? Afrobeats, and talking about love, money. What else do we talk about a lot in our songs? Love, money, women, right? So what do you think the acceptance will be like with this?
Oh, I did this song with Tomorrow in View, and I just know that even though the present society may not allow some people the time to accept it, it's the truth that everyone would face. One day, you just know that the world is no man's, no matter where you are, no matter what you do. Whether Greek or if you cling to power, when death comes, you just don't know what happens to the power you grabbed by all means. And if you want to amass wealth by all means, killing people and doing all of that, grabbing their land, whatever, when it so happens, you also see it. So this song is a song that I don't even see dying anytime soon, because it's just something that is the fact that happens everywhere. And though the trends may shift, trends may change with generations, maybe a decade, the next decade, some people will come to realize that actually the world is no man's.
No Man's Place?
Yes.
Okay. Do we call this genre gospel? Because it has a lot of soul in it, but do we call it gospel?
Yeah, it's gospel. I call it gospel.
How long have you been?
Okay, go ahead.
How long have you been doing music for?
I've been into music. I was in my choir. I've been in choir in church. I started writing music even when I was in secondary school. But this particular recording, official recording, I started in 2021.
Okay.
That's when one day it was recorded.
Oh, one day was recorded in 2021.
Exactly.
And you're releasing when? 2020?
No, it was released same year. Just that we didn't bring it to the public. We just put it on musical on streaming platforms.
Okay.
Yes, so it's there. But I just know that I need to let people know, because if people don't hear about it, they may not really know that this song exists. And those who heard about it, some of them have even saved it. Some went to the streaming platforms and telling me, this is one of my favorite songs.
So do you think you're going to continue in this direction? I mean, just talking about humanity, life, I mean, didactic. Your song comes with this morality. You're going to continue on this path?
Yeah, I would.
Or you just someday switch and say, this is not giving me a lot of money, please. Let's start singing about money, women, love.
No. I just have this understanding. Everyone has to leave a legacy behind. You have to be known for something.
Okay.
So I want to be known as that singer that drops music that talks about life, society, and after now, what happens? So it's not just about grabbing the money. Whatever money, I don't think you even have to fight yourself much about money. Money is something that follows value. Once you pay the value, money follows it.
Money follows you. All right. So are you thinking of collaborations? Are you thinking of concerts? Apart putting out on music platforms, coming to the radio, what other ways do you think you want people, do you want to put strength into making sure that people hear your sound?
Whatever thing that comes out that is very good, I would do it. Be it concert, be it come to an event, perform it, or whatever, I would actually accept it. So long as it's something that also aligns with letting people know about this.
So, where can people listen to the song again from?
It's on all streaming platforms, and it can be downloaded online. We have the MP3 available online, and it can be streamed on all online platforms.
DSPs, digital streaming platforms.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. When are we expecting something again from you? Because this was done in 2021. I don't know if you think your sound has changed. 2021 till now is 5 years after. Do you think you've grown, like your skill, your music delivery? What has changed about your music? And are we expecting anything new from you?
Yes, there was something new that came out in 2024, which was Faithful God. And that one wasn't just that it was not about worship, letting people know that there is nothing that we can do or achieve that wasn't by the grace of God. So just let God is the source of our strength, and he doesn't fail. So if he had said something, just believe it. If God says, I'm with you, he's always with you. He's not a human being that would say, like, don't pass me my just run. So God is always there, and he stays with us. So I already have something new. So I'm also going to be releasing songs. I mean, by next year, that will be a new one.
Next year?
Yes.
All right. I see that you're putting a lot of work and a lot of time into your music. You just don't do it. And we are still in May. We have like how many more months? And you're saying what you're working on will be out next year. That's a lot of time you put into your work. Why do you do that?
Yes, I do that because I wanted to come out something thoughtful and inspirational. There are songs that come out and within a short while they have faced stuff, and people won't even watch this. But if you take time and just really meditate and do a song, take your time, do that song, let the inspiration just be there. Anyone that plays it will feel the same way you got it.
Yeah.
Anytime
they listen.
That's why we have some songs that are evergreen. More when you play them, you play the song, say this song is 10 years old and it still feels as if it was done today.
You think your song suits
Yes,
that?
one day is one of like this.
Yes,
one day
evergreen.
Yes.
All right, so earlier we did mention, right, yes, the family of Alex Ekubo put out on his official social media platforms. This is reading from Instagram. They say, it is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of our beloved husband, son, brother, and friend Alex Ikenna Ekubo Okwareke. After a brief but courageous battle, Alex passed away at Evercare Hospital due to complications arising from advanced metastatic kidney cancer. Throughout this difficult journey, he bore his pain with remarkable strength, unwavering faith, and enduring hope, believing that one day his testimony would be shared with the world. During this deeply painful time, we humbly ask for privacy and prayers for the peaceful repose of his soul and for all who mourn this immense loss. Further details regarding funeral arrangements and other family matters will be communicated in due course. We sincerely thank everyone for the love, support, prayers, and understanding extended to the family throughout this period. Yes, Anastasia, he was married husband. Alex marriage. I mean, he put out that of fancy and it was all over. He just got married secretly and people didn't even know about it.
Yeah, so low key.
Yeah, it's but it says husband, son, brother, friend. There's no father here. I don't know why I'm pointing this out, but it's going to be a really trying time for the family. Alex was such a vibrant young man. I've been going through some of his videos and everything, and just God help the family to bear this loss and really get over it. And just to wrap up, Don Jazzy denies favoritism towards artists at Maving Records. Some people have said that he prefers
has a favorite artist.
Has a favorite artist.
I think it's his record level. He can choose who he wants to favor or who wants to like more or something like that. But you can't really tell somebody how to run their show or their business.
Absolutely. All right, let's wrap. Onyebuchi Timothy, who's your favorite gospel singer in Nigeria or outside Nigeria?
Nathaniel Bassey.
Nathaniel Bassey. I feel like you have his demeanor. I see it. You listen to him a lot.
Yeah, I listen
it's
to
obvious. All right. So if you get to do something with Nathaniel Bassey, it would be one of the
it was like
blessed days of your life.
Yeah.
I wish that for you. I pray that happens. All right, go stream one day Timothy Onyebuchi. Timothy Onyebuchi, is that straightforward? Timothy Onyebuchi one day on any digital streaming platform, and you can enjoy that song that reminds you again how beautiful life is, but then why it's worth the while to live and not just exist.
Stop chasing money too much.
Exactly. Stop living for money.
Yeah.
All right, just make every day count. Make people happy. Make yourself happy too. And live life. That's our show, Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much, Timothy Onyebuchi, for coming here.
Thank you very much.
Anastasia, let's go
off.
Let's go and chase money.
No, don't say we shouldn't chase
No,
money.
don't chase money. Just...
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Dawn Wilson. The headlines. President Bola Tinubu and President Paul Kagame agree to deepen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Rwanda. President of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, rejects requests by NNPCL to increase its 7.25% stake in Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Nigerian Correctional Service River State Command dismisses allegation of extortion against officials. And on the foreign scene, U.S. relaxes visa bans for World Cup fans. Now the details. President Bola Tinubu and President Paul Kagame have resolved to activate mechanisms to deepen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Rwanda. According to a statement by presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu met with Kagame at the Urugwiro Presidential Villa upon his arrival in Kigali, Rwanda for the Africa CEO Forum. Both leaders emphasized the importance of reviving the Joint Permanent Ministerial Commission, JPMC, originally signed by both countries in 2021 as a vital platform for advancing their shared objectives. They further agreed that Nigeria should host the next meeting of the commission. While reviewing consular matters, President Tinubu stated that Nigeria would seriously consider reciprocating Rwanda's 30-day visa-free policy for Nigerians in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The two presidents also discussed the activation of pending memoranda of understanding, MOUs, in the areas of tourism, illicit drugs, and anti-corruption, underscoring President Tinubu's commitment to inter-African integration, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. Presidents Tinubu and Kagame also exchanged ideas on operationalizing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement between the two countries. Both leaders reaffirmed their support for the agreement. The president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has said the group rejected requests by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to increase its 7.25% stake in the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Dangote stated this in an interview with the chief executive officer of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, Nikolai Tangen. This came as findings by newsmen showed that petrol supply from the $20 billion Lekki-based refinery rose to 3.18 billion liters in the first quarter of 2026, while imports fell sharply to 965.52 million liters. Further findings indicated that the average domestic ex-depot petrol price from the Dangote refinery across January to March of this year was about 1,000 naira per litre. This implies that the multi-billion-dollar plant supplied over 3.2 trillion naira worth of petrol domestically during the review period. Also, the war between the United States and Iran and its resultant disruption of the oil sector and other sectors has led to increased revenue for the Dangote refinery, as the plant has raised its refined petroleum products export. According to Dangote during the interview, the NNPC's offer to increase its 7.25% stake in the refinery was rejected because the company is planning to go public and give other Nigerians the opportunity to own shares in the plant. The Imo State Police Command has formally disbanded the controversial anti-kidnapping unit, popularly known as Tiger Base, along with other tactical squads with similar identities. The command replaced them with a newly created Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRU, aimed at tackling rising violent crimes across the state. The development was announced at the Police Command headquarters in Owerri, the Imo State capital, marking one of the most significant policing reforms in the state in recent years, following growing public concerns over the activities of Tiger Base. Other tactical formations affected by the disbandment include the Scorpion Unit, the Lion Squad, whose operations were closely linked to the now defunct outfit. Speaking during the inauguration of the new unit, the Commissioner of Police, CP Audu Garba Bosso, said the reform was in compliance with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Desu, to reposition tactical operations nationwide and strengthen professionalism within the force. Garba Bosso said the newly established VCRU would focus on intelligence-driven operations against armed robbery, kidnapping, cultism, terrorism, illegal possession of firearms, and other violent crimes. According to him, officers drafted into the unit were carefully selected based on competence, discipline, integrity, and operational experience. He disclosed that the operatives had undergone intensive training in tactical response, intelligence gathering, crisis management, and human rights compliance to ensure lawful and professional conduct. The All Progressives Congress, APC, will tomorrow, 15th May, begin primaries to pick candidates for next year's general elections. Aspirants for House of Representatives tickets will take the first shots across the 360 constituencies. As of last night, the party's national secretariat was busy coordinating reports from screening centers, while appeal committees also sat to consider different cases as they arose. The party assured its members that despite the logistical difficulties, the process would proceed as planned. National Publicity Secretary Felix Morka said the date fixed for the intra-party selection is sacrosanct. The screening of the contenders has set the stage for what is largely expected to be direct primaries and in some cases consensus arrangements. According to the APC guidelines, direct primaries should be adopted where consensus agreements fail. According to the source, governors still hold the ace, having been saddled with by the party with negotiating the mode of primary best used for their respective states. The party's National Working Committee, NWC, reviewed the report of the screening committee on Tuesday and yesterday. While the official results have not been formally gazetted, sources at the party's headquarters confirmed that the reports have been ratified but yet to be made public. Here in Rivers State, members of the All Progressives Congress, APC in Rivers State, have been directed to stay at their various constituencies and local government areas to participate for the primary elections beginning from Friday, 15th May. In a statement by the State Publicity Secretary, Chibike Ikenga, and said the information is in accordance to the revised party's timetable as earlier published by the party. The statement warned that members are not to be seen around the state party secretariat located on Aba Express Road, Port Harcourt, except only authorized members or persons. The statement further warned that failure to adhere strictly to the directives shall incur disciplinary actions. The pioneer spokesman and member of the Board of Trustee of the Pan-Nigeria Delta Forum, His Royal Highness Anab Saraigbe, has accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, of political influence over successive administrations in Rivers State. Saraigbe, in a live program monitored from Port Harcourt, claimed that Governor Siminalayi Fubara has remained loyal and restrained despite pressure, obeying, and has done so much in protecting the interest of Wike. Saraigbe, while referencing past investigations and political controversies, alleged that the scrutiny by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Fubara was linked to Wike's political activities, demanding that Wike should tell Nigerians what the EFCC were looking for Fubara. Saraigbe, who is also one of the leaders in Rivers Elders and Leadership Forum, also made remarks about Wike's career progression and questioned the sources of his wealth, suggesting discrepancies between public service earnings and personal assets. He alleged that Wike has amassed so much wealth when he never worked anywhere. Tracing Wike's political career, Sarah Igbe outlined his rise through various offices immediately after law school, when he became a council chairman to a chief of staff, to a minister of state, to a governor, and now a minister of the FCT. He further questioned the correlation between official earnings and perceived wealth accumulation, saying that if one aggregates all the salaries Wike and equates it to his investment, anyone would be wondering and question the source of his wealth. Sarah Igbe commended Governor Siminalayi Fubara for not pursuing retaliation or political witch hunt against his predecessor, despite the tensions in the state. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has dismissed rumors of his alleged defection from the All Progressives Congress APC, insisting that he remains a member of the party. The governor made the clarification after inspecting the newly reconstructed River State Psychiatric Hospital, now converted to a general hospital in Rumibo, Obiakpo local government area. Fubara said reports circulating on social media suggesting that he had left the APC were false and misleading. Let's listen to that.
I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress. Nothing has changed. People should stop using situation they pick up from the social media or their own interpretation of any situation wrongly. I have not gone anywhere. I'm still a member of All Progressive Congress, and I remain a member. Whatever happens, what is most important is supporting the overall interests of the party.
Speaking on the hospital project, the governor explained that the decision to convert the psychiatric hospital into a general hospital was informed by the healthcare needs of residents in the area. According to him, the nearest medical facility available to residents was the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, which he described as too far from the community.
This particular project, if you remember when we came in, we had a situation that our sudden visits, and it has to do with the issue of mental health issue. So when we came here for the inspection of the rehabilitation center that the board was trying to put together, we found out that we had other issues more than even the mental issue. We didn't have a general hospital that would service the people within this area.
The Nigerian Correctional Service, NCOS, River State Command, has reacted to media report, accusing them of alleged extortion and what they described as other unethical practices within the Maximum Security Custodial Center, Port Harcourt. There was a report after an information linked from the Maximum Security Custodial Center, Port Harcourt, that inmates now pay 1,000 naira as VIP to join coastal bus purchased by the state government to convey inmates to attend trials, and that only persons or has allegedly hijacked the sale of kerosene within the compound, among other extortion and poor welfare. But in reaction by the Acting Command Public Relations Officer, River State Command, Sonny Chidom, described the allegations as false, misleading, and do not reflect the operational realities and standards of the custodial center. The statement clarified that inmates do not pay money before being taken to court, and that production of inmates in court remains an official statutory responsibility of the Nigerian Correctional Service and is carried out in line with established rules and regulations as contained in the NCOS Act 2019. Chidom also stated that the welfare and health of inmates remain a top priority to the service, insisting that inmates requiring medical attention are promptly attended to, as there is a functional infirmary in the yard with regular drug supply from the NHQ. The statement also revealed that inmates are also referred to government health facilities where necessary, without any form of extortion or illegal demand for payment by the management. He maintained that the allegation of reduction of inmates' ration is equally unfounded, and that feeding of inmates is guided by approved standards and monitored accordingly to ensure compliance with extant regulations of the Nigerian Correctional Service. On the issues of sale of kerosene, the service said the allegation concerning the officer in charge being involved in the sale of kerosene is baseless and without any factual foundation. It further emphasized that inmates' food are prepared with gas and biogas, and inmates are not allowed to cook in their cells to avoid fire outbreaks, insisting that the management maintains strict adherence to transparency and accountability in the administration of the custodial center. The service therefore urged members of the public to disregard the said report, as it appears to be a deliberate attempt to tarnish the image and reputation of the Nigerian Correctional Service, assuring that it remains committed to humane custody, inmates' welfare, reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration in line with global best practice. On the foreign scene, the United States has assured that it would ease its system of demanding bond payments from visa applicants for certain fans seeking to come for the World Cup. Under one of President Donald Trump's many initiatives to crack down on migration, the United States has begun asking people from 50 developing countries to hand over anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 for a U.S. visa, refundable once they return home. The State Department said it would waive the bonds for team members competing in World Cup matches in the United States, as well as for fans from competing countries who already have tickets and signed up for a priority system set up for visas. She said the Trump administration wanted to organize the biggest and best FIFA World Cup in history. FDA Commissioner Marty Makary speaks before U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order in the Oval Office of the White House in Washington, D.C. on April 18. 5 countries that qualified for the World Cup are among those whose nationals are required to pay visa bonds: Algeria, Cape Verde, Ivory Coast, Senegal, and Tunisia. At least 2 other countries that have qualified for the soccer showcase have seen nearly total bans on entry into the United States under Trump: Haiti, the poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere, and Iran, which the United States and Israel attacked on February 28. Still on the foreign scene, the body of the second of 2 U.S. soldiers reported missing during an international training exercise in Morocco has been recovered. According to the U.S. Army, the pair disappeared near a cliff on the Atlantic coast while taking part in the African Lion 2026 military exercises. The remains of the 2 service members, including 19-year-old specialist Maria Collington, whose body was found in a coastal cave on Tuesday, were transferred to a Moroccan military hospital and then loaded onto a U.S. Air Force C-130 plane for repatriation. The 2 bodies are en route to the United States. A massive week-long land, air, and sea search was launched by the United States military, Moroccan, and Allied forces in the Cap Dra training area after the service members went missing last Saturday. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu and President Paul Kagame have agreed to deepen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Rwanda. President of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has rejected the request by NNPCL to increase its 7.2% stake in Dangote Petroleum Refinery. We told you that Nigerian Correctional Service Rivers State Command has dismissed allegation of extortion against officials. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that the U.S. has relaxed visa bonds for World Cup fans. That was the news, as edited by Uchendu Ejowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook @Today95.1fm, Instagram @TodayFM951, X @TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today95.1fm. I am Don Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support the country healthcare system. Countryman, correct holistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine they take it support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine they we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
People fixing the world.
Isn't it refreshing that there's a program that you can listen to every week that's all about solutions, about the good things happening in our world and the people who are making it all possible? Well, welcome to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service. I'm Myra Anubi, and this week we're marking World Press Freedom Day with an intriguing solution. A box that's supporting journalists who work in very difficult circumstances. Today's program is a bit different to what we usually do on People Fixing the World. Our solution takes us behind the scenes to hear from journalists who are trying to stay safe. You see, as journalists, it's our role to give accurate information about what's happening all around us and to hold the powerful to account. But this can be a very dangerous job in many parts of the world. In 2025, according to the UN, 96 journalists were killed while doing their job. Of these, 36 were killed away from conflict zones. All too often, reporters investigating corruption, conflict, environmental and organized crime do so at risk to their lives. But what if killing a journalist doesn't kill their story? What if there was a way for other journalists to access their notes and interviews and then finish off their investigations? Well, that is the central idea behind Forbidden Stories, an organization based in Paris. And I'm delighted to be joined now, down the line, by their founder and director, Laurent Richard. Hi, Laurent.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So tell me exactly what Forbidden Stories does.
So what we are doing at Forbidden Stories is to offer a way to journalists who are very at risk across the globe to protect their ongoing investigation with us. Protecting means you are sending us through some very secure channel on our platform, your interview, your draft, your MP4 files, your recordings. And so this is the SafeBox network. The other thing we are doing is to pursue the stories that every journalist have been killed for. When one journalist is killed, we are teaming up with 50 others to pursue his work or her work and make sure that we will be publishing the story all around the world to amplify the very same stories that others wanted to silence.
Now, you mentioned there the SafeBox network. Let's start by looking at that, because this is basically a secure way for journalists to back up their investigations, but there's more to it. How does it work in practice?
So the idea of the SafeBox network is quite simple. You know, we have seen many movies, these guys giving you one envelope and telling you, okay, if you don't hear from me in the next 2 weeks, please open it and you will understand everything. And many fiction, many movies were using that kind of scene. But the SafeBox network is almost the same. It's a way to put in an envelope a very encrypted one, a very safe one, to secure your ongoing investigation. And not only that, but you will be in touch, you will be communicating with one journalist from our team who will be asking you, where are you with your investigation? Who is behind the threats? Do you think you can publish? And if we don't have any news from you, what you want us to do? Should we wait for your family to be exfiltrated? Should we go to some specific sources that you will be mentioning? How do you want us to pursue the work? So we ask basically 2 things to those journalists. First is their investigation they're about to publish. And the second thing is a file of instruction. Everything we should know in case we don't have any news from them.
Well, I have lots more questions about this, but first, let's hear from a person that is actually using the SafeBox network. For many years, the Ecuadorian journalist Fernando Villavicencio investigated cartels and denounced corruption in several governments, including his own.
Yo les tengo prófugos. Y ese mafioso prófugo que está sentenciado gracias a este lauseño.
Villavicencio became a politician back in 2020, and he was running for president when, on the 9th of August 2023, he was killed following a rally. Now, over his life, he won huge admiration for his stance against government corruption, but it also earned him many enemies. No wonder his slogan was Es tiempo de valientes, it's time for the brave. But now, Villavicencio's daughters, Tamia and Amanda, have vowed to continue his work, starting with an investigation into who ordered his murder. A number of men have been arrested in connection with the crime. Some are in prison, some have themselves been murdered. But a second investigation into the powerful figures who ordered this murder and paid for it is ongoing, with a trial due to start in June. Alongside these criminal investigations, Tamia and Amanda are publishing their own research into the murder on the website their father started, La Fuente. But this work has brought danger to their lives. Last week, I spoke to Tamia Villavicencio, who joined me from her home in Ecuador. I started by asking her what it was like to grow up as the daughter of such a prominent journalist.
It was like all in my house were journalists, music and art. He slept really few hours, 4 hours a day, I think, because all the time he was reading investigations. And for me, he was a superhero. He was my inspiration. He helped a lot our country because my father denounced corruption for more than 4 years.
Right. But there were moments of darkness. There were times when your dad disappeared?
Yeah, there was I think 3 years that I haven't seen my father, and I thought he was dead because he was hiding. And I write a lot of letters for him thinking that he was dead. So I think all of my life, a lot of things like this happened. My father was also kidnapped. So I think all the things that we lived as a family, formed us. We learned a lot of how to face the hard things in the life.
Tamia, do you remember the moment that you found out that your dad had been assassinated?
I was in the coast, and the moment I heard the news, I felt the presence of my father with me. And I felt him telling me, all is good. I'm here with you. All is going to be good in a certain way. So, yeah, then I traveled for 9 hours for see the dead body of my father. And yeah, so I think that was the most horrible thing that I saw in my life. But I think all of these hard things just make me give me more clarity that my father deserves truth and Yeah, that's why we continue doing the thing that he taught. We continue the investigations of my father through the media outlet that my father found.
Tamia, do you get a lot of threats about your work?
Yeah, a lot of threats. Yeah, a lot of threats in social media. That I think that's the most common thing, that we receive threats, and the risk of our lives is too high that we have to live now with permanent protection of the police in Ecuador. Yeah, it's a thing that totally, completely changed our lives, because we cannot get out, we cannot have friends, because we are all the time with the police. But we know that our path has changed. That is our work now.
Hoy les anunciamos algo importante. Ahora esta familia periodística es parte de la red Savebox de Forbidden Stories, una red global que protege las informaciones de más de 210 periodistas y redacciones americanas.
Tamia puts videos about her father's murder on social media, but in this video, she's not talking about the investigation, but a new tool that she believes is keeping her work and her family more secure, the Savebox network.
So for keeping my information and myself safe, I use the Savebox network or Forbidden Stories. And this help journalists that are in danger through the world to keep safe their sensitive information. And this works like insurance of our lives, because we have a really big media network around the world that is going to continue our investigations if something happens to us. So I want them to know it's a really bad business to kill journalists.
When you put your stories in Savebox, how does that work exactly?
It's really fast. You just upload the information, the most sensitive information that I have, and nobody sees your information. That is something that is really, really good for me. And I am always communicating with the team of Forbidden Stories, because they have to know what I am investigating, what I am doing. In case that something happened to me, they will take the investigation.
Tamia's point of contact at Forbidden Stories is Emmanuel Colombier.
We talk about first their personal situation. How are you? How do you feel? Did you receive any threats? What is your current situation? And then asking about the investigation ongoing for La Fuente. Is there a new project? Is there a new investigation? Is there a new sensitive information you're working on? Can we help you protecting information related to this investigation?
So I think with my sister, we have clarity what is our mission. And we hope that God and all the angels help us to get there. And I think one of those angels are the team of Forbidden Stories. With my sister, we felt really lonely. We felt like this journalism path was a lonely path. But then when we found Forbidden Stories, we felt that we are not alone anymore. And we felt that our mission or our fight is not just ours, but now it could be shared with other journalists around the world.
Tamia Villavicencio talking about Forbidden Stories. And I'm still joined down the line by the organization's founder, Laurent Richer. Laurent, that was a very emotional interview for me. I wonder, what were your thoughts after listening to it?
Yeah, for me as well. It's what Tamia is describing, the feeling of being very alone. is something that we hear from so many reporters around the globe. So I believe that journalism is the best way to defend journalism. Collaborating, working together is bringing protection, is bringing resources, is bringing impact, and so yeah.
Yeah, that's something that really struck me there, that it's also that speaking openly about being part of forbidden stories and using SafeBox means that can keep them secure.
Yes, absolutely. It's not only about protecting and using the SafeBox network. It's making that very loud. It's making that very public. So your enemies or your adversaries or the people that you are just investigating will be aware of that you're not anymore alone.
You can silence the journalist, but not the story. You're listening to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, and today we're looking at the work of a Paris-based organization that supports journalists around the world to both stay safe and keep their work safe. Laurent, let's now look at an example of an investigation that you've helped publish after a journalist's death.
Hoy, como habitualmente lo hago, salgo a hacer mi recorrido, a trotar. Hoy cambié de ruta.
That's the voice of Rafael Moreno, a Colombian journalist from the state of Córdoba. Now, Rafael was not a famous journalist like Fernando Villavicencio, but he had a Facebook page, Voces de Córdoba, with a big following. Now, on this page, he posted videos that denounced corruption in his area, and he alleged environmental crimes. Tragically, Rafael Moreno was shot dead outside a fast food restaurant on the 16th of October, 2022. Laurent, I believe you spoke to Rafael shortly before his death. Is that right?
Some of my colleagues, yes, did speak with Rafael a few days before he got killed. That was just the first contact. And yeah, after his killing, we managed to build a large consortium and we published the Rafael project 6 months later.
So just to be clear, Rafael didn't actually get the chance to use SafeBox, but you still managed to publish some of his investigations. How did you do that?
Well, just right after the killing, we met his wife, and his wife told us that there were some documents in a flat in the city, in another apartment. And so we went there before the police arrived because we were almost sure that the local police will make those information disappear. So we went to the flat, and that was a moment I will never forget because we were having some plastic bag and put many documents I found on the table with the agreement of his wife, of course. And then after that, we stayed for 20 minutes because it was a bit dangerous because people were looking around and you never know if some people working with the killers might be in the street observing you. And we collect the document, get back to the car, and we were driving far away. And then we start the Rafael project by bringing other newsrooms from Colombia and from all around the world to pursue the work of Rafael.
Such a strong description. I honestly felt like I was with you just then, looking through those documents. Let's now hear from two of the journalists that you invited to be part of the Rafael project. Now, they were part of a team of 30 reporters who went through those papers and files that you managed to secure after his death.
My name is Felipe Morales. I'm a journalist from Colombia. I was working at El Espectador, which is one of the longest running newspaper in Colombia. In October 2022, if I'm not wrong, Rafael Moreno got killed. The next week, Forbidden Stories called me and many other journalists to a meeting. It was a very private meeting, and they asked, would you like to collaborate on this? And we started the work right away. Like, it was less than a week after his killing that we started working.
I'm Andrea Rincon. I'm an investigative editor and journalist at Cuestión Pública, which is a Colombian investigative media outlet. Rafael was an investigative journalist, and when he was killed, Forbidden Stories basically reached out to us and said, we know that you do an investigative work, and we want to continue his work.
The first step was organizing the information that he had. We concluded that his work was mostly, on the one hand, corruption cases, local corruption cases, and then on the other hand, environmental issues. So I did most of my reporting on the environmental issues because many of the other news organizations had a lot more experience on corruption cases.
With the local journalists, some of us follow the money. That's what we do, and that was what Rafael was doing. He was reviewing the public funds and how the local mayor was using that money. So he basically, what we found out, that was what Rafael kind of found out, was that he was giving some contracts to his family and friends, and they didn't have the capacity to execute them. And it was also like an exercise of, okay, what would Rafael have done in this situation? For example, if he was looking into a contract, and let's say they want to build up a local school. So he would look into the contract, and then he would go to the school to see how advanced it was. So that's something that we also did. We managed to go through all the contracting in the department, and we sent a reporter to verify the state of the project.
My story was about a nickel mine and a coal mine in the region that Rafael lived. So the nickel mine, they were ordered to do a number of things by Colombia State Court to hinder the health and environmental impacts of their extraction in the region and the inhabitants of that region. And then the other story about the coal mine was basically confirmed Rafael's claim that this coal mine had been operating without a license. And we were able to prove that via satellite images, which is another example of how collaborative journalism sometimes takes a step farther than a single journalist's work, because Rafael was not able to access satellite images, and we were.
You know, the killers of Rafael, they thought that they were going to kill the message and by killing the messenger, right? And what we basically said is that not only the work of Rafael was publishing in Colombia, but it went all over the world, because the work was published by 32 outlets around the world. And I don't know if Rafael ever imagined that his work was going to be published in The Guardian, Le Monde, and different outlets around the world.
I would say the strength of Forbidden Stories platform is that it gives journalist agency back, because any time a colleague is threatened or killed, we can use our own set of tools, our own knowledge, and put them into good work so that we can honor this colleague. And this is what we try to do with Rafael's story.
When you kill a journalist, it's about the family too. His family lost a father, the wife, they lose a husband, right? We received an award for the work that we did with the Rafael project.
El equipo de Cuestión Pública, Centro Latinoamericano de Investigación Periodística CLIP, El Espectador, France 24, El País
and
América,
the beauty of that was that the family was able to be there with us, to remember him, and to kind of see that his work did have an impact.
Andrea Rincon talking about Rafael Moreno. Now, Laurent, just hearing what we've heard today, I wonder, do you think that the world is getting more dangerous for journalists?
I don't only think that, I know that. I know that every day, because journalists are much more under threat than it was the case even 5 years ago. The level of surveillance used against journalists is really high. Journalists are surveilled, journalists are harassed online. There is a kind of normalization of the killings of journalists. It's kind of normal for most of the people to perceive the role of the journalist as a dangerous mission. It should not be the case. But journalism is a more dangerous occupation than it was 25 years ago when I started being a journalist. But it's a much more needed profession as well. We are in the fight of defending, saving democracy, and journalists should take their role, and journalism has a lot to play in that period of time.
Well, in spite of the seriousness of our topic today, it's been a real pleasure speaking to you today, Laurel. Thank you so much for sharing the work that you're doing at Forbidden Stories and with Safebox.
Yes, thank you so much for you to shedding the light on what we are doing with hundreds of reporters around the globe.
That brings us to the end of today's program, and as always, we love hearing back from you. You can always reach out on WhatsApp, either with a message or voice note, to the number +44 8000 321 721. I'll be back next week with more positive things happening all around our world. Until then, thank you for listening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.